fuck.
And you said fuck right when I started, you bastard. Before we get started tonight, apparently Nightfall has some things to say, but we do have a quick Kitsune PSA for everyone that involves both Kitsunes. Welcome to the stage, Nightfall the Kitsune, for the final time. No, he's not leaving DA.
Hello. Nightfall is dead.
Long live the Nightfall. So yeah, like, you got back from the mask store.
Yes, I got a new one. It's very comfy.
Why were you buying clothes at the mask store?
Because they were out of soup.
Thank you for making my joke worse. Anyway, explain to people what the fuck we're talking about, please.
I am changing. I was just changing my stage name, and it felt really comfortable, and I decided it was no longer a rental. I'm keeping it.
Yeah. So, I will get it wrong. We will all get it wrong. There will be growing pains, but ultimately, Nightfall the Kitsune is now Valerian the Kitsune, and so you will hear Valerian and Val and all this other stuff. We've also taken to calling him Night Val the Kitsune, etc. But yeah, like, it's the same dude. He's right over there. It's just him, Valerian. You'll see that his socials have been updated. You'll see that his character sheet's been updated. All that stuff. And it's just, you know, we redefine ourselves, and there's nothing against it, but we just want to alleviate some confusion. So, hello, Val. Welcome to the table.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Oh, good grief. There was a couple of other things that I needed to talk about. Oh, Salcom, aka Guy Gabzelis, is going to be a little bit late. He should be here in time for session and be able to do stuff, but he is a bit late. And ultimately, it's been a productive week for Dice-Icive Action. If you want to kind of sync when the shows are all being recorded in the VOD, I'll be talking about this for the next week. But basically, I've sat down with just about every single DA player, because there were some things that were frustrating me. There were some things that were frustrating my players, and I needed to clear the air and fix some stuff. And let me just say that for whatever reason, and I'm not putting anybody specific on blast, getting the DA players to, like, communicate with each other or with me has been a problem for a very long time. Hopefully, that will be alleviated moving forward, and we can continue to work towards a better show and story for all of you. But one of the things that did come out of this very productive week of discussions with the DA players is I sat down with everyone and I was like, look, I've been reading your character sheets, I've been looking at your class abilities, I've been trying to balance encounters around effective use of your abilities. And if you're struggling, it's probably because you're not using your abilities effectively. And after these, what I was referring to as effectiveness workshops, I noticed not necessarily an upward trend, obviously they need to be play tested, but a distinct change in all of the players. Saying nothing of their characters, the players were more enthused, more interested, more, like, excited for the games to roll around. And so you may notice some changes in various characters, like the way that they play and things like that. More than one Dice-Icive Action character has been like, I didn't know I had that ability, and I'm just like trying not to be Scar from The Lion King, but it should be better. It should be better moving forward now. On that note, there's a couple of changes that needed to take place immediately. And as I said, I'll be talking about this in all of the DA shows this week, and if a relevant change is in that DA show, I will mention it before we get started. And there is one for Tales of the KnightLites, and that is for Connie. Connie Gambles and Sirgaze are Archdruid in training, our Moon Druid, had a bit of a conversation with me, and we decided that Moon Druids late game are kind of shit. So we're fixing that, and I'm fixing that in the best way that I know how, which is custom feats. I came up with 3 custom feats for Miss Gamble's on Gaze, and she took one immediately, gained a clock for one, and I locked the 3rd one behind story to keep things interesting and motivated. But what you will see coming up is that Connie will get some abilities that are absolutely not in the player's handbook or the Dungeon Master's Guide or any of the supplemental material that has been officially released by Wizards of the Coast. Why? Because marshals need help, and damned if I'm not going to fix it for my shows. So, with that in mind, the 3 custom feats that Connie has to work with are Heart of the Wilds, and I will explain all of these in a moment, Eye of the Tiger, and Apex Predator. Heart of the Wilds is the one that Connie chose right now, and what it does is it uncaps the challenge rating of creatures she can turn into. She can still turn into only beasts, but because she's a Moon Druid and she has this feat, she can turn into any beast with a challenge rating equal to or below her Druid level, instead of like a quarter of her Druid level or something like that. Which is a much smaller list than you might think that it is. But compared to the damage output of her siblings, hers is kind of low. And she basically can't tank anymore, because even though, yes, Valentajar locked a lot of her beast forms, if you've been following along with Tales, the beast forms that she had before and the beast forms that she has now are kind of lackluster. So Heart of the Wilds gives her an uncapped druid pool to draw from. Apex Predator, she has a clock for that she's working towards, and that's going to allow her to use different monsters that she should have access to. So I'm giving her access to magical beasts, I'm giving her access to monstrosities, I'm giving her access to some dragonkin, etc. Stuff that she should be able to turn into, but they were given a different classification in the player's handbook or supplemental material, and so druids are locked out from them. Things that, make sense, like a griffin, right? Like an owlbear. Like, these are things that a druid should be able to turn into, and they can't. And I'm fixing that with Apex Predator. And the last one, Eye of the Tiger, will allow her to gain druid forms from different places. That is to say, she does not have to directly see the animal herself to be able to turn into that animal. I gave her some choices when she looked at the feat, and she decided that she will also be able to take from illustrations, providing the illustration is accurate. I will be stipulating that. Like, if she can find an illustration or a reconstruction of a dinosaur, for example, and that dinosaur is accurate, then she can turn into that dinosaur, etc. But again, that's locked behind some story, and Apex Predator's locked behind a clock. But right now, she can just turn into bigger beasts once she gets the debt from Valentajar off of her back. So we've got that going there. Also, for Tales of the KnightLites, you might be noticing some changes in the way Lawrence does things recently, because our trusty Forge Cleric Craftsman, well, he's going to be doing a lot more crafting, that's for sure, but also, more to the point, he was kind of all over the place. He's a Forge Cleric in heavy armor. I changed the Channel Divinity to be, like, very high damage, and he couldn't really decide his role in the party. He couldn't decide if he wanted to tank, to deal damage, or if he wanted to heal, and because of that, none of his abilities were specialized enough to make him effective in any of those roles. That is being worked on and will be worked on in the future story beats, because it's interesting to do it that way. But Lawrence has opted to be main tank of the party, which frees Connie up to be like animal-based damage instead of animal-based damage soak. So we'll see some tanking abilities being taken on Lawrence through camp actions and things like that, and yeah, we'll go from there. Have I missed anything? I feel like I'm missing something.
I know we talked about the way I roleplay Pierce, but that'll just be seen later.
Yeah. I feel like that's most of what I needed to front load this session with.
I can't think of anything else.
Okay.
I think so. Let me scroll up in the backlog of the chat.
I'm not going to give you enough time to do that because I'm going to put a marker right here for our awesome archive team. Let them know we're getting into the game. We're going to tab over to this screen. I'm going to turn some music on for you guys, and we are going to play Tales of the KnightLites because it has been entirely too long since we've gotten to do this, and I am excited. So, our heroes have been trekking across country recently, following the river, the Eden River?
I think that's right.
I don't think that's right. You guys can look at the map. I can't because I don't own it. Actually, I could put the map on my other screen. Give me one quick second. Sorry, chat. I know I just tabbed over, but I'm gonna bring my Forgotten Realms map up so that I can look at this stuff on my other monitor because I have that now. Dice-Icive River. They've been traveling southeast of Golden Fields, or southwest of Golden Fields, along the Dice-Icive River towards Waterdeep and Nightstone. They crossed the Dice-Icive and opted to keep Ardeep Forest as their guidepost. They're going to circle Ardeep and then enter and get back into Nightstone while avoiding Waterdeep, which is currently under siege. Last session, we did a lot of camp stuff. Salk played around with his shield to relative effect, and the party decided that they could make some big progress by making Salcombe very large and moving up the river that way, which in turn led to some kind of entity with a breath weapon, probably draconic, shooting Salcombe with some powerful damage, which was mitigated and healed by the party. The party met two groups of elves. One mentioned something about Astor, and they met an elf named Rene, and then they met some elves that bore the same iconography of Captain Rond Arrowhome, who very much tried to shake down the party for trespassing, which is understandable. But the party did manage to make some progress. You're about, what did I say, 3 days from Nightstone at this point?
Yes.
You have mostly rested. It is the middle of the night, and there's been an incident. While messing with Salcombe's shield, Diriak's Gaze, and pushing it towards its exalted form, Salcombe triggered what appears to be a trap on the shield. And as such, everything that he had on his person at the time, including his clothes, his boots, his machete, and his trusty belt of giant strength, were all damaged to the point of needing repair at minimum. Is there anything you can do about it tonight? Because I do not believe you made an artificer's workshop in the Galder's Tower, Pierce.
I did not.
Okay. So, I would like to skip over that because Salcombe is not here.
Okay.
But that was where we ended last session. He gained some new abilities from the shield, and he lost some things from the belt. The night otherwise passes mostly uneventfully. There are discussions among the KnightLites of what to do about Salcombe's situation, and largely it is agreed to press on. Would that be accurate, KnightLight?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yep.
So you guys can finish your benefit of a long rest and get moving the next day, which immediately presents a problem. Salcombe can no longer pull the cart by himself.
Yeah. So
I mean, if we're just going along the river, someone else can pathfind while I help them out.
Let me.
Yeah, I can pathfind pretty well.
Go ahead, Val. Oh, also, yes, I'm aware that Salcom is lighting up when Valerian speaks. He's doing that for the overlay. When Salcom gets here, he'll go back to his assigned seat.
Let me double check the stats of Unseen Servant.
You can't pull the cart with the Unseen Servant.
I don't think it's that strong here. I mean,
No,
you check
it's got a super low strength, like
Yep.
-4 strength.
Yeah.
Well, where's the shot?
Like, the twins can pull the cart, yes, but when you switch, there are not another two of you that can pull the cart.
Yeah.
That's the concern that I have.
Yeah,
So those are probably
if Rock and Sock tag team, then it's got to be Lawrence, Bruce, and Connie.
Or we
I
can do
mean-
a three-way
or we all
switch out.
We
Yeah,
could
that's
do
true. You could do one of the twins, one of the other strong boys, and someone
Right.
else, and then divide that into two teams.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
we
that's not
could
what I was
also
thinking.
do it like this. I'm gonna draw on the screen for a moment. Like,
Okay.
we start with one. Someone does a half shift here, just a half shift to start. I swap out with one person halfway through the shift. Then this person swaps out halfway through the shift.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The
Stagger
three-way
it.
swap out.
it would mean more stops, but everyone's well rested.
True.
Yeah.
For a given value of rested.
But
Yeah.
we only have 3 people that can really pull the cart. Brayden can't do it. It has to be Lawrence, Rockham, and Sock. And if they need to stop and rest, we can set up a temporary camp, I suppose.
Don't forget, Connie also has horse.
Yeah.
How
So
long
we
is it
could.
over?
Let me check.
And it's like horse, not fire horse.
If you use your short rest correctly, the answer is hours.
Yeah.
Moon
So-
Druids can stay in animal form for the majority of the day at about Connie's level.
I couldn't remember if it was like something like 8 hours or 6 hours or. I know
No,
it's up there somewhere, but-
it's like a number of hours equal to half your druid level, but you can rest in animal form and you get them back on a short rest. So you can basically stay in animal form all day.
That would help, yeah.
One horse cannot move the cart, is the thing.
Okay.
No,
Yeah. Then we can
No,
use.
but a horse and one of the twins might.
True.
Or
So-
or Lawrence. So
So yeah, like we could do shifts of 2 people.
yeah, let's
Okay.
go.
We can have Rockham and Connie go first and then switch it out after a bit.
Brayden, I'll need a survival check.
To answer your question more specifically, it's 4 hours at the moment at a time.
But short rest.
Correct.
You can
So
just stay
doesn't
in
really
animal
matter.
form. Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, you guys are sticking between the river and the forest still. Percival, are you clearing your trail or are you just going?
It slowed us down way too much. Like,
Yeah, we were going half speed, I think.
and there's a threat back that way, and we know that thing moves fast, and we're moving a lot slower now, so we need to keep
Yeah.
moving.
And that threat is more important to you than the elves?
Uh,
Mm-hmm. Is there no other better spell we can use that's like over the course of hours? I can't think of a spell off the top of my head, but
No.
I will. I feel like it is, but again, Pierce can get vetoed if the group doesn't want that slowed pace. Pierce will insist unless it gets vetoed.
Honestly, I'd rather not get pincushioned.
yeah, I feel like we'll hear big stompy coming up. But... I mean, if we
You
can hear him,
say
then we're
that.
probably already fucked.
You say that Braden only seen it going through the
That's
bushes.
fair,
There was
yeah.
no sound. And even then, we've got the elves in between us now.
So I guess it's do we want to deal with Big Stompy or do we want to deal with elves? Or both?
At least we can talk to elves.
Yeah, exactly. But still, just the less bullshit we have to deal with, the better.
I vote that we just get out of here.
There is a difference between being able to talk to something and being able to talk to something.
Can you talk to a cat? Yes. Can you have a conversation with a cat? No.
No, I mean, like... Rene and his dudes seemed relatively amicable to talk, even if they were jumpy. The dudes with the white banners did not want to talk.
That's fair.
So I wouldn't put too much stock in that if I were you.
That's very fair.
I'm still leaning that we just get tonight, so.
Pierce's vote is pushing for the Mold Earth.
So 1-1 currently.
To do the Mold Earth or not do the Mold Earth?
To do the Mold Earth, because the elves are a...
That is the opposite of what you said 10 minutes ago.
I know, and you pointed out that, like, would Pierce be more worried about that over the elves? And I agree, you're right. Pierce would be concerned about the elves pincushioning us as well. And...
I mean, fair enough, yeah.
We've gotten...
Apparently Valerian is calling for a vote.
I say Mold Earth.
I'm
Let's do the one.
just hoofing it. Fuck the vegetation.
Connie,
What was
deciding
that?
vote?
I hate being the deciding vote.
Then speak up faster.
That's why I went right out the gate.
I'm more inclined to just book it.
Okay.
Okay, Pierce gets vetoed.
Sounds like a veto to me, yeah. Okay. Quickly, carefully, or stealthily, pick two.
Ooh.
I think that's up to our Wayfinder.
Yeah.
It's also up to the people pulling the cart.
We can discuss it. We're all here together, so.
Yeah, I was going
I
to
feel
say,
like
like,
quickly should
fucking
be one
don't
of
dare
them.
put all that pistol in me.
I feel like quickly should be at least one of them. So it's quickly, stealthily, and carefully, right?
Carefully.
If we go careful and stealthy, we can't be quick. If we go careful and quick, we won't be stealthy. If we go stealthy and quick, we won't be careful and won't be
Correct.
more aware to threats and
Correct.
such. Passive perception may still help us, but those stealthing from us may get like an advantage or something.
Careful is definitely the one we want to take, because
I'm
if
thinking quick and
we
careful.
end up breaking part of the cart, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Quick
And
and
we have
careful
people-
will not be stealthy.
Yeah.
I say quick and careful.
Okay,
Stealth is kind of out the window, given the elves already know we're here.
fair.
Well, some of them. But yeah.
Are there any conversations you want to have on today's journey, KnightLites?
Can't think of anything specific.
I mean, I know our crafters will want to talk with Sockham, but Sockham's currently...
Let's want to talk with Sockham and then maybe more talk to the whole group. Right. I know a lot of us were laboring under the impression that our magic items are hard to destroy. But I like the idea that Sockham has a tastefully minor conjurations kilt or something.
I mean, he's got other clothes.
He's got other clothes? Okay.
Yeah.
He
But like,
did lose his precious pants, but
yeah, and Valerian, like, this is coming from you and Lawrence looking at the belt last night and being like, oh.
this is going
Yeah.
to take some work.
Whoops.
And that's just a cursory examination. Like, I actually want to go through in detail, like, what you guys discovered, but I don't want to do that without Sockham. So, we're going to say, like,
Yeah,
it was
completely.
late, you took a cursory examination at it, and you were both like, I need a workshop.
Yeah, this is gonna be shit. This is gonna be a bit.
We need a workshop and we need sleep.
But yes, going for it.
Yeah.
Next time we make camp, we need to look over everyone's magic items.
Yeah,
Alright.
absolutely.
Because we're working from scratch to try and figure out what to do about Sock's belt.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where to begin on that one.
More to the
And-
point, have any of you closely examined your magical equipment ever?
No,
Not really, no.
not closely anyway.
Like, Brayden, you have been using those boots for about a month now?
Yeah,
There's no telling what secrets they may hold in addition.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
The shield, for example.
I think like Bruce slightly takes out Nell and like twists it in his hands. He's like, yeah, that's a good point. Puts it back.
Mhm.
Couldn't hurt to double check and everything at least.
It'll be a lot of good info, if nothing else.
And if your equipment gets damaged, we may be able to rebuild the enchantment easier than we're working on Sock's belt with.
Sure.
And it'll make repairs easier because, hey, right here, he just taps his hammer a little bit.
Are you going to be able to work on the belt in the tower?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
Just need the workshop for it.
I think Salcom is not here, but Salcom being the biggest member of the party, I think he says something to the effect of, the tower is nice, but it's a little cramped.
A little bit, yeah.
I have a question, Kit.
Yes.
I don't have access to a bigger spell slot.
Right?
If, let's say I had a 4th level slot cast from me and maybe use the 3rd level slot from the spell storing stone, would that,
No, that would be
Be
2
able to-
casts of Galder's Tower.
I couldn't compile it together?
No.
Okay.
Now, that's not
Still,
to say...
two towers is more space.
That is, yes, that is a point. And also, that is not to say that your invention cleric cannot make a device that can do that.
Or like amplify your spell slot or something.
Or both.
Alright.
Arcane
Yeah, it is a
amplifiers
little-
are a thing.
Then I will
Or rather, they can be a thing.
see what I can do about that, Sockum.
should probably be
We
something
may
like
have to
distracted.
settle for 2 separate nearby towers if we need more space.
I mean, it's cramped, but we're not like dying in there or anything, so it'll work for now.
Not as comfortable as it could be, though.
Something to work on, right?
A tower for working and a tower for sleeping. Not the worst idea I've heard.
Yeah?
Would let everybody stretch out a little more.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
just
like-
at the end of the day, so.
All of you are aware, like, the twins spend the majority of their time out of the tower. Like,
Because it's that cramped.
yeah, like, it's, like, one room of Galder's Tower is about the size of a college dormitory, and the twins are big.
It's a 10 by 10 space.
Oh,
It's not that big.
Yeah, we're,
It's 100 square feet.
Still not that big.
big. And Sockum's bigger than I am. Well, as long as you have the spell slots at the end of the day, I don't see the harm in it.
Like, 100 square feet, admittedly, I did the math wrong, is bigger than I thought, but that's still cramped when you start putting in, like, all of the resources for a library.
Yeah, like bookshelves, a table, chairs.
I mean, we could just yeet the
Handle.
desk out the window,
Yeah.
make more room. It's fine.
My point stands, though. Like,
Yeah.
Just have bean bags instead.
if 3 of you want to craft, like, you're not all going to fit comfortably in that workshop.
Yeah.
And again, the twins are big.
If I have the slots at the end of the... Sorry, no. Slots is an out-of-game term.
Energy.
Resources, energy. Yeah,
If I have the
If
energy
you have the
for it at the
juice.
I don't like that word.
I don't like that word either. If I have the energy at the end of the day, I'll make 2 separate towers tonight.
Alright then.
Braden.
Yeah.
The space between the forest and the river has been steadily increasing as you walk.
Mm-hmm.
And up ahead, you see it start to bend sharply away.
The river.
The river.
And what direction?
Towards Waterdeep.
Towards Waterdeep.
Yeah, like, you knew this would happen, like, but you're coming up on it. Instead of having, like, maybe 25 feet, now you've got, like, already you've got, like, 40 or 50.
Mm-hmm.
I think
It's going to get to a point where the river is going to disappear.
Yeah. And we just need to follow the forest at that point.
Yep.
We should make sure we're
God.
topping up in water before it is.
we have 2 options here. We could continue along the river and take the road down to Nightstone. That's up ahead.
It would make travel a lot easier.
That would also put you very close to Waterdeep.
At that point, we might as well just leave the river and the forest and keep just going straight. Because then
Better.
we'll eventually hit the road.
Better option.
Yeah, we'd eventually hit the road, and we wouldn't have to deal with the forest for a while.
Hmm.
We would be out in open ground, though, if that matters.
I've got range, you've got range. Sockham is our best range, so I think we'll
Rockham.
be fine. Did I not say Rockham?
You said Salcom.
Sorry, I thought I meant Rockham. Rockham is our best range, so yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. But you still probably got another day of forest, so.
Yeah.
But it gets a little bit easier. It's a more gradual slope because riverbanks are steep.
Mm.
The threat of the cart falling in was pretty high the whole way.
I wouldn't say cart falling in. There was enough space to avoid that, but it was not comfortable walking.
Yeah.
The ground is evening out very quickly.
It's making it easier, at least.
Yep. Let's see if anything interesting happened. Not particularly.
I hope not.
It's a quiet day.
There's a reason it was a curse to say, may ye live in interesting times.
Yep. Yeah. So, the day passes, the sun begins to set, and it's about time for another round of camp. I know, it's everybody's favorite, but I have to do this so that they get their abilities. Like, it's just a thing.
We'll get faster at this as time goes on.
Absolutely. And there will be more stuff that happens in between.
Yeah. Also, the thought came to mind: are you on the right screen, Kit?
Am I on the what?
Are you on the right screen?
Yes, I can see my overlay now because I have 2 monitors. Yeah, so we're good.
Huzzah!
I didn't push myself last night, so it's DC 12 if I want to do it today.
Correct. What are the odds?
I'll do it. Fuck it.
You get the token regardless, and then it's just you get points.
Ooh, I hope that's not on disadvantage. Oh, well, shit.
Pierce is going to get a level of exhaustion and not be able to long rest, which means no new spells and another level of exhaustion.
Fortunately, I was at full spell slots from last night.
Wait, no, I thought we cleared that last time. If it's only...
You're right, it would still be level. It would be 1 level of exhaustion, but he still wouldn't
Okay.
be able to get new spells because he didn't sleep.
Yeah.
So, animal care, not applicable. Healing, everybody's good. Hunting and foraging. Anybody want to do any of that? How are you guys on rations?
The cart.
Oh yeah, you got a ton of food on the cart, duh. Still, though, that does mean crafting materials, things like that. You are leaving the river, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Actually, on that note, all of you, how is your store of water? Because you are leaving the river.
I don't think specifics were ever laid out for that.
No.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't believe we've ever discussed...
I've got something for this.
That's because you were in range of water until this point.
Fair.
I've actually got something from this.
Okay.
Oh, go for it.
I've got an urn. I don't remember what size it is, but I've got an urn.
Also, the fact that Lawrence can create and destroy water.
It was in my
if he
bag of
preps
holding. Satchel of holding, rather. The opening was big enough for it.
What does the urn do?
I can fill it with water from the river before we leave it.
Yes, it holds less than your water skin.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Small urn, boy.
Yeah, it's an urn that you can carry, my dude. A water skin will hold more.
It's one of those little ones you see on a fireplace, not the big ones you put wine in.
Correct. It's one of the ones that you got from the vault.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's where this came from.
Yeah, it's less than your water skin. And you are correct. Lawrence can create and destroy water if he prepares it.
For that matter, how much does water skin actually hold?
It depends on where you are and obviously the weather conditions. You're in like temperate coastal early summer conditions, so 2 days worth.
Can I turn this into an alchemy jug with my infusion?
Your water skin?
No, the urn.
No.
No? Why? What? Like, it's just...
Because it's not a jug.
Ew.
So before I do potentially hunting and foraging, I did have one question.
Yeah.
We have earthenware jars and such that we were using for storage on the cart.
They have stuff in them.
Okay, I wasn't sure if any of them were actually empty.
No, that's for like pickles, flour, vinegar, liquids, things like that.
Aha, okay.
Stuff that should not be in direct sunlight.
I see.
Reminder, the cart is not covered.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if Lawrence wants to spend a spell slot for Create Destroy Water every day, that is completely fine. And you're right, it hasn't come up because you've been either in Waterdeep, which is not an issue, or you've been literally against water the entire campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a miracle, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
Well,
Yeah?
I mean, it's about the same cost as me using a slot for 2 slots now for Galder's Tower every day.
I'm just... for whatever reason, I had it in my brain that Create or Destroy Water was second level. It's first. I've got plenty of slots I can burn for that.
But you have to prepare it, Cleric.
Right.
I've got a stupid suggestion before we fully part from the river.
Okay?
We get some clay from the river, make some pots. Fire them with the Mr. Forge Cleric.
I mean, we could.
You could.
I could make a jug for an alchemy jug.
Yeah.
Well, you could make a jug for an alchemy jug.
Me, I almost said, do you have pottery equipment? And then I remembered Galder's Tower.
The real question is anyone proficient with potter's tools?
No. Though I think Lawrence might have novice mason's tools.
No.
But no.
I mean, then it's just a check without proficiency.
True. The workshop helps.
Yeah.
But not being proficient also raises the DC, so.
I mean, that's fair.
There are invisible modifiers that I'm bouncing around the whole time.
Yeah.
But the river can also give, like, glass, gemstones, regular stones, plants, ores.
How would we go about
I'm gonna go hunting, as it were.
Okay.
See
What were you
what I
asking?
can glean from the river.
What are you asking, Pierce?
How would you go about getting that stuff from the river?
A shovel and a bucket.
Prospecting.
Yeah,
Oh, one
prospecting.
bucket. Okay. Cool.
Maybe a
I'm
sieve
not
if you've got one.
here saying getting in that water.
Every forage. So the way that I do hunting and foraging is you tell me what you're looking for, and then you make a roll. Every token is a roll for one resource.
Oh. Oh.
Yep.
So I can only get one thing in this case.
Correct.
Oh, that makes things tough.
No. You might get no things if you fuck the roll up.
True.
You need to be in a position that yields that resource. You need a way to collect that resource, and then you have to devote time and a dice roll.
Well, I would. If we're gonna potentially be hurting for water, I would definitely take everyone's water skins and go fill them in the river.
That is a given. You can do that in addition.
Okay. In this case, I'd
May I make a
like.
suggestion?
Go ahead.
Sapphires for the spellstone shit.
I was exactly just thinking gemstones.
There you go.
Ooh, okay.
So that'd be mineralogy, correct?
When the time comes.
Okay.
Pitch and break camp. Pierce, you're doing Galder's Tower?
Yes.
Galder's Towers.
Towers, yes. I'll expend a third and a fourth slot.
Okay.
I will get back to I need fuck. We've got 7 rooms. I think. No, 5 rooms to decide.
5 rooms. 4.
4?
Because of the cart.
Yeah, 1 for the cart. That's a given.
It's not a given, my guy. You gotta call it.
Yeah. One for the cart.
So are you putting a point into pitch and break camp then?
That's just me casting a spell. That takes
Before I had you do it because you were clearing the ground and
yeah.
You're not
That's
doing
just
that
a spell.
anymore?
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay. Anybody need to restore? Take watch. Umbra's on it. Now, here's the thing. Lawrence is separating from the group. So, Umbra's taking watch will not apply to Lawrence.
It's a risk I gotta take.
Would I send Lavina with him?
Lavina cannot ping Lawrence.
That's fair.
Like, sure, you can send Lavina with him, but Lavina's less useful. I'm not saying you need to send anybody with Lawrence. I'm saying if you want to, if somebody wants to help Lawrence and take watch, Umbra's role will not apply. Connie's gonna go? Okay.
Yep.
Way fine. Do that in the morning, I guess. Okay. So, assist, class action, craft, manage inventory, train, and other things. Where do you guys want to be? Mark's gonna do some crafting. You're gonna do some crafting even if you don't find anything in the river?
Yep.
Also, point of order, looking through everybody's stuff is gonna be one of your actions.
Oh, okay. So I have to choose.
I'm gonna spend time on doing that.
Okay. Rock, where do you want your stuff? Rock,
Right when if you're talking, you're muted.
I mean, I'm here. Sorry. Just trying to deal with something.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Right, wind, ink to the front office, please.
Okay.
Take
We'll go back to
another curse you
that.
found.
Salt. I feel like Salk is going to be frustrated with his belt being on. So, Connie, if you want to not take watch, I feel like Salkum can go with
Wait, why
Lawrence.
is Connie taking watch?
Because Lawrence,
For Lawrence.
Yeah, to keep
because
an eye on
Lawrence
she's-
is separating from the group, Umbra's role won't apply.
Okay.
Is there a class action Sockham can take that would be beneficial here?
Barbarian sets up camp, or helps with camp, and Bard does Prayer of Healing, which we don't really need. So not really. I thought about that.
Okay.
But I feel like Salk would go keep an eye on Lawrence and help him carry stuff. I think that's a reasonable set of actions for Salk since he's not here to speak for himself. So Connie, if you want to put that token somewhere else, you can.
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
Hey, Brentland, where do you put your tokens?
Let me check my notes real quick.
Brayden and Pierce, you've got points.
I'm gonna put 2 into Piercer.
2 into Piercer? Okay. Good choice.
What did...
How'd you do
No.
that, Brentland? I thought you couldn't move your tokens.
That wasn't me.
Who did that?
I have no idea.
It was the Delta.
Ah, I'll take care of it, thank you.
I was leaving one to the side in case anyone needed me for anything, but apparently not. So we'll do another.
I'm thinking on what I want to do.
I'm trimming my mobility more.
Is there an action? Okay, so GM.
Yep.
Is there an action I can take related to the gear repair aside from examining it at this current time?
Yeah, you can use the Artificer class action.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
That'll put points in. That'll help Lawrence make pips in the repairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so going from left to
I need-
right. What?
Go ahead.
No, what?
No, I'm just pointing out to myself that I need to roll 2d4 for both of us.
Yep. So, we're starting with Lawrence. That roll is invalid because I didn't call for it.
I apologize.
I said we're starting from left to right. We'll get there, my dude.
Okay, sorry.
We're starting with Lawrence, which means we have a discussion and a bit of a scene. So you and Salkum go down to the river, fill up everybody's water skins, which will give you 2 more days, which actually will get you to Nightstone unless something happens. And you're looking for gems?
Yep.
So yeah, that is going to be a mineralogy check. And I'm a little bit torn because perception is off of wisdom. But I would argue it would be dexterity to get it out of the river intact. So I'll leave it to the group. What do you think the modifier on this roll should be?
Does he have any equipment on him, like something to dig with, or
Do
just
you
use his hand?
have mining tools?
Just could have conjured them for him.
No, you can conjure a tool for him.
A tool, I suppose.
And
Yeah.
do you have a bucket or something to keep them in?
I'd be surprised if we don't have a
Oh,
bucket.
urn.
You could
I
give
mean-
him the urn, but you also did not choose to assist him.
Yeah.
You didn't.
I mean, that's less assisting him and more just giving him something out of my stuff. Like he comes, gets it, goes do the thing.
Right, but that
No, hold on. Wait, hold on. Does he have a bucket to hold things in? Takes off the helmet and sits on the ground.
I mean, that could work if you want to do that, Lawrence.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Do you have mining equipment?
I do not.
You have a
so
forge hammer, so you would need a pickaxe or a chisel. Pierce can only conjure you 1.
Let's go for the pickaxe.
Okay. So again, are we at wisdom or dexterity?
I would
Still
probably
feels
say
dexterity to me.
I'm feeling wisdom. I don't know. It feels. Mining feels like it's not just based on dexterity. You have to find it, know where to find it,
Correct, but
where to hit.
but
My main
but
question
where
is
to
how-
hit would be dexterity. Sorry, go ahead, Connie.
my main question is how fast this river is running.
Not very, but he's gonna have to, like, if it's even there, he's gonna have to, like, muscle it out. And he's looking for specifically, like, magic, like gems that can be used in magic. So you're looking at, straight up, you're looking at masterwork gems.
Maybe wisdom to find it, dexterity to get it?
Yep, but he's only making one roll.
Oh.
I'm still feeling wisdom on it.
Would it be alright to say 2 rolls for it, just lower the DC? For both.
He only put 1 token out. Otherwise, I would agree with you.
Fair.
Then yeah, maybe wisdom if it's only 1 token.
Alright. Give me a metallurgy check with your wisdom.
Metallurgy? You mean mineralogy?
Mineralogy, sorry. Salk will give you advantage if you want to use that here.
Probably a good idea.
Okay. Is that +2 from guidance?
Oh, you know what? Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm gonna... I don't see any reason that Salk would not give you a bardic for this. So I'm gonna let you tack that on as well. I'm checking what his bardic die is, and how many he has left for that matter.
Doesn't he also get them back on a long rest?
A short rest.
Oh.
And he would have him back by now.
True.
All the way.
It is a D8 from the boy.
So just roll that.
I got it.
Okay.
Oof. Okay.
Ah!
So that total being what it is, do you want it to stand or do you want to ask for inspiration? Remember, you have advantage.
Well, if I've got advantage, then...
Is that roll standing?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Sapphires.
Sapphires.
Hmm.
Okay. Is that the only thing that you're saying is sapphires?
Agate would be a good option.
I didn't necessarily mean different gemstones.
Oh, okay.
Like gemstones in general, maybe.
I was asking more like... You go out at a search, input search terms. Sapphire is the only thing that you're inputting?
No. If I can find like really close to the surface iron.
No, I'm not asking for more materials, because you can only do one material when you go out.
I see.
I'm saying, like, are you putting adjectives on this, or are you just looking for sapphires?
Yeah, are you looking for blue sapphires, green sapphires, magically usable sapphires?
Masterwork sapphires, then.
Okay. I've got good news for you.
Oh?
It takes until it is dark, but you do see some deep cobalt blue beneath the river surface.
Hot damn.
You only find one.
Hey, it's one more than we had.
So you may add 1 raw sapphire to your inventory. It weighs 2 pounds.
That's considerable.
That's a big sapphire.
Okay, but remember, it's still in the rock.
Yeah, I've got to work on that.
Yep. Okay. So that's that done, and that done. Everybody refills their water skins. You're not attacked during that time. Percival's making camp. We're sort of there. Class action. Now I need those 2d4s.
Okay, first one is in order: Lawrence, then Pierce.
How the fuck
Okay.
did you get the exact same roll?
I don't
Because
know.
it's just a D4. So Lawrence, you are
Mhm.
locked in, not working on people's magic items tonight. Is what I'm saying.
Yep. Right.
Okay. Pierce, what's in the Galder's Tower?
In the Galder's Tower, there is
Space for the cart,
space for the cart,
and then 4 rooms.
and then 4 rooms. In
Or
one of the
5 rooms.
4 rooms.
Because you're on 4 and 3?
4 and 3. I get 2 from the 3rd, 3 from the 4th.
Right. Yes, 4 rooms.
Sleeping comfort quarters in the tower with 2.
Okay.
And I know the what's the word we use for it? Artificer's workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah, just outright tools you need for all that stuff. And
Artificer's Workshop in which tower?
the tower where the cart is, the 3-tier.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what I want to put in the top room, or if that's in the top room and there's something in the
You've still got
middle
2
room?
rooms to work with.
No, I've got 1 room to work with because 1's going to the cart.
No, you have 5 total.
5 total.
You've named 3, including the cart.
2 rooms in the other tower for comfort, for more space for the twins.
Oh, that wasn't clear.
I said 2 rooms you may not have come across.
What you said was sleeping quarters in the tower with 2. I assume that was 1 room.
Okay, no, yeah. Well, there was a special
Yeah, I
request
assumed
for more
that was
space.
a room in the second tower.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna sleep sprawled out.
I apologize. There are enough space for everyone in the second tower.
Got it. So you have 1 room left.
1 room left. I'm not sure of what I want to put in there. I could.
If you can't think of anything more useful, kitchen.
I don't think I could have it'd be too small to have an archery target room, right, for the piercer. So I've been debating how that would look.
What you could do is you could, he could put an archery training hall in. Actually, it wouldn't be in there. It would basically be floating targets out a window.
Yeah, I was gonna say put a window in, put a target way out in the field, and shoot from there.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go pierce.
You doing that, Percival?
Yeah, sure.
So, Artificer's Workshop, Archery Training Hall, 2 sleeping quarters, room for the cart.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So, Pierce is looking at everyone's magic items. Lawrence is not. Going once. Going twice. Sold.
Sold to the wizard in blue robes.
Okay. So why did you roll 2d4, my guy? You only need 1. Because the only one crafting is Lawrence.
Yeah, that's right. Just 1 then.
So,
Sorry, Lawrence, it doesn't help you.
No, it does, because you said the 4 was for Lawrence. You said first one for Pierce, second one for Lawrence.
Okay, yeah.
So
Then,
Lawrence,
yeah, it does help you.
Lawrence, what are you crafting?
I was gonna start melting down the that poor iron into proper ingots.
Okay. Pierce, you need to make a forge.
Could I have done that as part of Pitch Break Camp?
Yes.
Cool.
So then... Yeah, you could just do that, Lawrence, because Pierce is giving you 2 additional crafting pips. You could just bust that out.
Nice.
So
I just made you a real high quality forge.
So all of your metal has been reduced from ore to ingots, and its weight has been quartered.
Nice. And that would leave me with what, 200 pounds?
I don't know. How much did you have?
Well, we never specified among
Yes,
the
we
miscellaneous.
did.
You said 1,000 pounds miscellaneous crafting materials,
Yes.
but
Barely.
we never actually divvied out how much was
Ah, I see. So you probably have 25 pounds of iron ingots and 25 pounds of copper ingots.
what. Okay, I'll note that on the cart.
Which is
That's what I'm just doing.
considerable. You can
Okay,
get rid of the ore,
go for it,
Del.
go.
Yeah, well.
I don't
Thank you, Del.
think ore slag is useful for anything. I don't think you can use it as like a building material or anything.
Someone search it.
Or
let
slag
me look.
uses.
I think it has a use in fertilizer, but don't quote me on that.
It's good for cement production,
Oh,
Yeah, cement and concrete.
insulating material. Granulated slag have also been used in sandblasting shop materials.
so you can keep that if you want.
Sure.
I'll give you another 20. Well, double, so 50 pounds of that.
50 pounds of slag.
Just
Yeah, that sounds about
miscellaneous
right.
ore slag.
It's also good for iron and slag specifically.
How many? How much? How many?
So let's say he started
slag?
with 100 pounds of each ore for 200 pounds.
Mhm.
I figure 25% of that was just evaporated.
Right.
25% of it would be the ingots, and then
Yeah.
the rest 50% would be slag.
So 50.
50 pounds of slag,
55.
25 pounds of iron, 25 pounds of copper.
Correct.
Got it.
Which considerably frees up some weight on the cart.
Yes, it does. Okay, so that's that. That's Pierce's class action done. Brayden, we got Rock training Piercer. Rock, you get 3 additional pips because of the workshop. The training hall.
Good to know. Thank you.
So you get a total of 5 pips into Piercer because of Elder's Tower.
Nice.
Connie, what are you training?
Both points into clear head. Clear mind.
Okay. Brayden, what are you training?
I am training mobile.
Mobile. Running laps.
And do you want me to roll for cooking?
Yes, I do. If you're
And
cooking.
I'm specifically using one of the recipes that I stole.
Okay, you're following a recipe. You
Yep.
do not have a kitchen. You're using supplies on the cart.
Yep.
Okay, so cooking tool with your int.
Intelligence.
Correct, Braylon.
It's not gonna go well.
Yo.
Oh, it did go well.
Okay. So yeah, what recipe are you making, Braden?
I don't know.
Pick some tasty food.
What do you have a hankering for right now?
What's the thing meat wrapped in pastry? I mean, I know a hand pie, but like, what's the fancy thing meat wrapped in pastry?
Wellington?
Yes. You want to do that?
Oh God,
Yeah,
beef
sure.
Wellington.
Beef Wellington.
Okay. So mark off some cured meat, some of your bread, some mushrooms, various spices. You should be good. And yeah, so Brayden is like, I tried this new thing, and yeah, he gives you guys like the equivalent of beef Wellington with like a really nice, like meat sauce reduction.
Oh,
Nice.
damn it! That sounds amazing.
He rolled well too. You guys get the well-fed buff tonight.
Oh,
Nice.
what does that confer?
An extra dice of healing and an extra level of exhaustion.
Oh,
Yep, exactly. Yes,
Does
it
that
does.
counteract my
yes,
bullshit?
yes, it does.
Hooray.
Cool.
Yeah. I should have done 3. Yeah.
Same, honestly.
So now the hard part.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone's magic items. Fess them over.
Yeah.
Like,
So let's talk about that. Let's go person to person. What magic items are you giving Pierce? Pierce, get your notes out.
I'm getting my notes. Hang on.
Connie.
Ready.
I have the sickle.
Not what you have. What
Oh.
are you giving Pierce?
Sickle.
Only the sickle.
I'm looking through my notes to see what else I have. Sorry. There's the sickle, there's the tiara of dexterity, and there is... What was my third thing? And there is my cloak of disguise.
Okay. Rock,
Are
what
you
are you
giving
giving?
all of those? Are you giving all of those to me?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm double checking my list because I don't think I have anything that I would withhold. So I know there's the quiver, there's the bag, there's the horn. The plus
Remember,
one.
even the simple enchantments.
Yeah, like the plus one.
Mm-hmm.
I may still want to examine them to get their specifics.
Yeah, so there's the longbow.
God, Lawrence has an absolutely back-breaking evening. He's rummaging around in the river, and then he's smelting ore all night.
Oh yeah.
Make sure he has an extra portion or something.
Right?
Let's see. Yeah, the signal horn of Clan Growl.
Not everything you have. What all are you giving me?
Same thing.
You're giving the bag.
So
Yeah.
the quiver.
I don't have anything to hide, I don't think so.
So quiver.
Okay.
You also got a shit ton of magic arrows, my dude.
They're in the quiver, so.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
me-
yes,
so
but
quiver-
if you don't tell him what's in the quiver, he doesn't know.
Oh, yeah, good point. I'd run them through the list. I have to find my list real quick.
I could pull out one, and the moment I pull it out, it's like a time bomb.
Yeah, explosion. Everyone dies. No.
Okay, so hang
I'll
on.
get the list and send it to you.
I didn't realize you were giving me everything that you were listing. Fuck.
Want me to run through it again?
Please.
Okay. So the first is the plus one longbow.
Plus one longbow. Okay.
Plus one large longbow.
Yeah, large. Don't forget that.
Lorg
Yeah.
longbow.
Yes.
The signal horn. Well, yeah, the signal horn of Clan Growl.
Bear in mind, any items that you give to Percival, you lose attunement to.
Ooh.
Oh.
You
Okay.
can get them back, but they're leaving your person for more than 30 seconds.
That's fair. For tonight, at least, I'm gonna keep the signal horn on me.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not getting that.
So far, the longbow, the handy haversack, and the I think the quiver holding is my only other one right now.
Should you get him the quiver?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll send you the arrows that are in it.
Okay.
You are mentioning it, or you aren't mentioning?
I'll mention the arrows. I'm just finding the list out of character.
Okay.
Brayden?
Remind me, is the Dragonbane dagger magical?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have that noted down.
It is not enchanted, but it is magical.
Okay. No, I don't need to talk to you about the Dragonbane armor because I have apparently noted things down and I have no idea what the fuck they mean. Can do that after.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give him Nell the Dragonbane dagger.
Drakebane
Shoot.
dagger.
Yeah, the Drakebane dagger. See if you can glean anything from that. The boots.
Boots of haste.
Yeah, boots of haste. The cloak of disguise. My cloak of disguise self,
Okay.
as well as the thieves' coin.
Yes. Cannot believe you have kept that since ALA. My God.
Oh yeah, no, of course I'm going to keep it. Do you want the Ioun Stone as well? See if you can replicate them.
I think you have your own, if I'm not
I
remembering.
have my own. I have my own.
I mean-
but they might be different. It might functionally they're the same, but they might be different.
It's why I didn't hand off mine. I thought they were the same.
Because if you want the Ioun Stone, I'll give you that as well.
That is up to you. I haven't gone down in a long time. A point, but also I don't remember. You guys remember that thing gives you advantage on death saves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
It also gives you a +1 to Constitution.
Yup.
It also doesn't require attunement.
Yup.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll take a look at your Ioun Stone.
Yeah, just grab out there, hand it.
Okay.
And Braden feels naked.
Yeah, right. Pierce, what are you looking at?
Out of my equipment, I am going to take a close look at the amulet that is my badge for
Yes.
for a captain of Force Grey. I'm
Hold
going
that
to
thought.
take.
Gracie backstage.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pierce.
I'm also going to take a look at the arcane focus that my mom has given me, and
Okay.
see if, like, see if there's anything special about it. I'm going to also take a look at
Your Ioun Stone.
my Ironstone. That's about it. That's
Okay.
about it.
Lawrence, what are you giving Pierce?
Does my adamantine armor count?
Is it enchanted?
It's masterwork.
So it is not enchanted. It is a magical item, but it is not enchanted.
In that case, geez, yeah, I probably would doff it too, because working with all the
You can't sleep
ore.
in it anyway.
True.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll doff it.
Okay.
And I'll hand that over.
More like set it in the workshop.
Yeah, just thunk.
Pierce can't carry
What the
that.
hell? Oh.
What else?
That's it.
That's your only magic item.
That and the shield.
I'm shocked, but okay.
Yeah, right? You'd think.
Okay, Pierce, how many is that? Are you giving him the shield?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are two different items, Pierce.
Armor, shield. Let's see.
Give me a number.
I'm counting.
Okay.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 items.
You can look at 12 of them before I make another exhaustion roll.
Okay.
This is going to take a while, so get comfy, everybody.
I'll go get a drink.
I'm gonna start with something personal.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with the with the amulets that I have that are my arcane foci.
One or the other. Not amulets. Pick one.
Yes, I am picking one. I'm gonna start with the Force Grey badge.
Okay. Now, to be clear, what you are doing with this series of rolls, what you're doing with this camp action, is you are investigating how the magic functions on the item and how to replicate it or improve it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have proficiency with artificers or enchanters tools?
I have a proficiency with enchantments. Like you just told me to put enchantment. You didn't tell me to put specific tools, but enchantment.
So yeah, enchanters tools.
Yes.
You're proficient with them?
Yes.
Okay. These will be intelligence checks, and you will get a +3 bonus for the workshop.
Okay, so let me put in that +3.
And these will be questioned. Like I will tell you some things.
I did not mean to roll whatever that was.
Scorching Ray.
Lovely.
So as with any knowledge check, I will give you some information based on what you roll and then give you a number of questions.
Okay.
So for the Force Grey badge, roll them.
I see no reason to tack on guidance to these.
Okay. You mean no reason not to?
Yeah, no reason not to, I mean.
Okay. Oh, there's Gamsa getting your Science 8 twink.
I'm no longer Galarian Kitsune.
Yep.
God damn it.
So, yeah.
God, wait.
Oh, by the way, you have advantage on these rolls, also because you're using Workshop.
Oh, shoot. I have no idea what I rolled. Hang on. Okay.
So your Force Grey badge is... It's a bit of metal and cloth that has then been, tuned in such a way to be receptive to magic. First of all, it's made of mithril.
Ooh, okay. I'm refreshing, so I need to get my notes out again because my note card broke.
And it basically has... what did you miss? A camp action. So far, that's it. Tell me when you're ready.
The made of mithril. Okay.
It basically has an arcane circuit on it. Now, let me be clear. This is not the same thing as what you looked at with the lance. It's a very, very simple arcane circuit. Basically, it has a slot, and when you cast one of the 3 spells on it, it completes that circuit and locks out the other 2.
Okay. Interesting.
It also has spyware on it.
Yeah,
Are we really surprised?
I'm not surprised,
That's
but
your
also... I know you're watching as I stare at it.
Yeah, like, examining it for the first time, like, it's not like directly clairvoyance, clairaudience. It's more like a tracking device.
GPS tracker?
Yeah.
Which I imagine is a safety measure. If you lose contact with one of your agents, you can track them down.
Or your students.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yes. But, and like, it is always sending, but the other side is not always receiving.
Gotcha.
What this does mean is...
beacon.
What this does mean is if somebody else knows, they can track it. On top of that, this was a high DC. You have 2 questions. I'm aware of what you rolled.
Cool. All right. 2 questions. So...
Oh, one other thing. I remind you that you do not own this pin, so modify it at your peril.
Yeah, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, modifying it's not in the cards. But what I do want to know is how would I go about figuring out ways to track this item? Because I can think of a few ways that'd be useful.
Basically, any of the, like, locate spells will work, and they will work better than normal with this spell, with this item, because it's a beacon. So if you cast, like, locate object on Percival Averil's Force Grey pin,
It might double the range of locate object.
oh, it'll do more than double it.
Okay. Okay.
To put it simply, it's planar.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Plainly. Okay.
And that's just locate object.
That is... That feels dangerous.
It is, but nobody told you that it did that. Nobody, no student, no faculty, Vajra, Percy, nobody told you that, like, nobody mentioned it. So, like, for that to work, you have to know that it's in your possession, and you have to know that it does that.
So, this
Like-
being Archmage
like-
so far,
Close
he
guarded
knows
secret.
Yes, like, if Durnan... Well, Durnan's a Lord of Waterdeep, that's a bad example. If Zaraj cast locate object on that brat's pen, it would not work.
They would have to use my name.
Correct.
Because it's...
They would have to. They would have to
Betrayed.
know your name and the name of the object for the tracking thing to work.
Percival Averil's pin would not work. It's Percival Averil's Force Grey badge.
Correct.
So
And
it's
even then, it
definitely
might have
Archmage.
some obtuse name to obscure it even more.
Correct. I was just giving you an example of how it worked.
So I would need to find out the keyword in order to pinpoint it.
The,
But once
the frequency, if you will.
yeah, once I figure that out,
Yeah, you'll know exactly where it is.
Gotcha.
So, you say closely guarded secret, I remind you that Xanathar exists.
Yeah.
And he has your number, by the way, remember.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's not piss off Sanathor anytime soon. Then.
So me learning about this is dangerous in and of itself.
Yes.
Cool.
You do have another question, and let's keep it moving, shall we?
I think my next question is...
Because you got a lot to get through, my guy.
Yes. I'm going to use my next question to ask... How would I go about figuring out the frequency?
You could do some testing in the workshop. You could ask the faculty at Blackstaff Tower. Those would be the two main ways.
Require testing in the workshop or someone else's pre-existing knowledge.
Correct. Alright. Item number 2.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. That's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
My next question is going to be Connie's sickle.
Connie's sickle. Okay. Connie, can you give me what you have for the sickle already? Because you guys have a lot of magic stuff.
Yep, let me pull that up for you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bold the items I've done already so that I don't go over them again.
It's gonna be the same roll, but let me see. Thank you. Uncommon, very rare.
Sorry, there's a little bit more generic information. It is specifically a +2 sickle.
Thank you. So I didn't make this.
Correct. It is from one of the supplementary books.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay.
I was sitting here like, why can I not remember the specifics of Connie's sickle? It's because I didn't make it, that's why.
And then, additionally, there's this sickle specifically with your fancy enchanting system. Where is it? Additionally, it is a +1 wild shape and doubles damage to shifters.
Okay. So with that roll, Pierceful,
Mm-hmm.
you have all of that information that Connie just said or posted.
Okay.
Additionally, you know that this is a druid circle special weapon. Like, this is not something that you can go to Ember Kanavi for. Like, this is like ancient druid techniques to make this. You know that it utilizes mercury, which is a shifting metal, to hurt shifters. So it's a mercurial weapon.
Okay. Used in the making of it, or?
Correct.
Whatever you do, don't lick it.
Yeah, right. So silver and mercury combined with like iron to make this thing.
That's a terrifying combo.
Yeah, it is. You also know that the enchantment is, well, Fey. Not necessarily made by a Fey, not necessarily from the Fey Wild, but
It's
in the
a
same...
Fey-based enchantment.
Correct. And on top of that, 4 questions.
4 questions. Okay. I'm trying to map out the way I ask these questions. I kind of want them. I kind of want to be kind of uniform with the way I ask questions because, like, I want to get through this kind of quickly. Mapping out the enchantments. How difficult would that be, and/or the process to do that?
It's
with
actually
the
not that heavily enchanted. Most of its special abilities come from the way that it was forged. It is enchanted, don't misunderstand me, but it's less enchanted than, for example, Galestorm.
So this one would be an easier item to re-enchant than the others. It would just need to be repaired.
Correct. It's a +2 weapon with some special materials in it. It would be harder to reforge it than re-enchant it.
Okay, so it's just mostly +2. The other benefits come from the material.
No, the double damage to shifters comes from the material. The light comes from the material, but the healing comes from the enchantment, which is a pretty basic enchantment.
So from the enchantment,
most of its properties, it hurting shifters, it being a silver sickle that hurts things that are affected by silver. It's most of that is from the forging process.
Okay, so from the enchantment is the +2 and the D40 healing.
Correct. It actually doesn't use all of its enchantment slots that it has on it.
Really? Okay.
So you could just straight up put another enchantment on this, as is.
Could handle another enchantment slot. Okay. How many questions did you say I had? 4?
4. That was 1.
From what I can tell about this item, what kind of enchantments would mesh well with this type of item for Connie? Just like a tactical note of it.
Light bending enchantments, so illusion spells, darkness, light, invisibility, things like that, would work very well with its mercurial nature and its fey nature.
Light bending, darkness, and illusions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm making notes as we go.
Nature spells, because it's a druid item, so druid craft, just permanently being able to cast druid craft while you hold the thing. Speak with animals or plants, stuff like that would be good. Or survival based spells, so plant growth, find the path, wild cunning. Yep.
Okay.
Those would be best.
Okay.
2 more.
Aside from what can you tell me about the ancient druid techniques if you know anything about it?
You wouldn't it's very different than for example, Lawrence's shield.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't be able to glean what they are. You would just be oh, it's like the difference between holding just a 9mm pistol and a blunderbuss. It's this is different. This is a different type of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so that's what you meant by that. Okay. I'm trying to think of what other questions I would have for this item. Would Connie have given me this with hey, can you figure out if something specific happens with it? Would Connie have asked anything like that? Like the intent to find something specific about it?
I didn't have anything specific in mind.
I feel like that's a fair use of my question, Kit. If Connie had something.
And the answer seems to be no.
No.
Alright, what's your next one?
I'm
gonna cut this down a little bit. 12 is too many, for one night.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you 4 more.
4 more? Okay, so a total of 6. That seems fair to me.
Because you're taking a while. I don't mean Nightfall or Valerian is taking a while. I mean Pierce is taking time with each of these.
Yeah. I think my next question is going to go towards...
Your next roll, you mean?
No, I have 2 more questions with this.
No, you don't.
What?
You had 2, and then you had 4, and then you asked 2, and I said you've got 2 left, and then you asked 2.
Okay, so asking Connie,
Yeah, that was 1. My dude, we're short on time.
That's fine. That's fine. I got a decent bit of information on that item. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Next item I'm going to go over is the Boots of Haste.
Okay. Same roll. Okay.
Advantage, 20. Yeah.
Good roll. Good roll. So these are ugly ass boots. They are like robin's egg blue with white wings on the side. Looks like something that Hermes would wear, except the colors are wrong. They're kind of like Crocs in the way that they fit. They're not like galoshes. They
Just in my notes, ugly AF.
yeah, they are.
How could Brayden stand to wear these?
They give the haste effect by allowing a user to kind of phase out of the normal flow of time, which means when it catches up, when the effect ends, the user is basically shunted into the future by a couple seconds. Immediately on examining these, you're like, oh, this is dangerous. Every time Brayden uses these, he's accelerating his age by about 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
He is straining his vital organs, and the snapback, so to say, when he rejoins the normal flow of time, will get progressively worse as the years go on. And that's providing nothing happens to him in those interim times. If he takes a hit during that shunting effect, or worse, suffers another shunting effect, like a slow or something like that, during that time, like, he might be permanently crippled.
Okay.
Oh no.
So just like beside it, dangerous.
Yeah, you have
Exclamation points.
4 questions.
Okay. Aside from not using them, how can I dampen the danger presented to Brayden?
Reduce the effect.
Reduce the effect. Ugh.
Figure out how to turn it on in safe mode.
Get to the bio screen.
So this is a quite.
Go ahead.
Like when you say haste effect, like I
The
don't want
spell
to use
haste.
this. Yeah, so it just get. Okay. I'm trying to think. How many enchantment slot does these boots have left, if any?
1.
One.
It's using 4 slots.
Using 4 slots.
Wow.
Haste is strong, my dude.
Yeah. Wait.
My thought process
that-
goes to.
Go ahead, Del.
Go ahead, Del.
No, I realized I was about to say, does that mean they're a +4? That doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything, yeah. They're a +5. They're just not using the 5th slot.
Oh.
Haste is big, my guy.
Yeah, no, I took that as it had the ability to have another slot stuck on it.
Correct.
No, that was empty.
It has an empty slot on it, basically.
My thought process is.
Technically, it has like 3/4 of a slot left, but I'm not being that specific.
My thought process goes to. I could use that last slot for maybe a defensive charm or something.
You don't. You really don't want to make it more tempting to use.
No. No, you don't. But I don't think Pierce will, not Pierce, Brayden will accept no, don't use these.
I mean, I'll only use them if I feel like I need to.
You're currently in an artificer's laboratory. You could just destroy them. Just saying.
Yeah, but then Bruise would destroy Pierce.
I mean, yes, all I can do is remind you of your scenarios.
Right, Pierce absolutely could.
I just had the idea of elvish weaponizing a Boots of Haste.
Okay, I'm gonna have a talk with Brayden about these later.
Okay.
So
Since they're so dangerous by their nature.
how?
How what?
For the record, I don't have much else I want to ask about it.
I mean, I've got
But I know. Okay, yeah. If Brayden had a question, he would have wanted to pose for this. I've got what, two more questions. Yeah, two more.
What would reducing the enchantment entail? What would that do to it? Would it reduce the duration? Would it reduce what?
It would reduce the duration and it would reduce the efficacy.
The efficacy.
Basically, everything that it does, I would turn down.
So instead of giving a flat double speed at like 1.5.
Something like in that way, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so potentially adding a safe mode might be beneficial.
But
I'll talk to Brayden about
but
that.
all that will do is decrease the damage. It won't stop it from doing damage.
Yeah.
Like, Brayden has used these for about, give or take, a couple weeks now? 2 weeks, maybe?
It's a miracle he hasn't gotten got yet.
It's a miracle that he hasn't gotten got yet. He's also probably shaved a year off of his life.
Wait, no, hold on. I haven't used them that much.
You have used them in like every combat we've had.
Consider this like Percival. Consider the strain of combat and consider like soldiers' health, and then just like straight up double that for Brayden because he's acting twice.
Yeah. Like, even if it's not that number, like, the strain on your body is effectively the same.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a serious talk with Brayden.
They are powerful.
Yes. Maybe use them less.
Yeah.
Substantial drawback.
Maybe use them not as an every combat weapon and more as if we need it weapon. At the very least. Second question goes, not second, last question goes to, I know Brayden was complaining about the shitty color. Is there a possible way to change that?
Excuse you, I haven't complained once.
Unfortunately, there is not. Because whoever made these boots apparently had a sense of humor. They resist any attempt to alter them.
And by whoever made them, we mean Kit.
You're close.
Elminster.
That's more concerning.
No, not Elminster. Worse than Elminster.
Oh.
Xana thought it was one of his goons we took them off.
It was Tasha.
It was not Tasha.
Thought you said saying it was you was close, though I had to try.
You're also really quiet.
Okay, next item. We'll stick with Brayden stuff for a moment. Nell.
Oh no.
Same roll.
$30.
Let me be clear. I am aware of what you rolled. This weapon was not made by mortal hands.
Understood.
As such, it is actively working against you to give you any information about it.
Ah.
It does not like undead. Like, it does not like undead. It does not like the functionally immortal. And it sharpens the wearer's memory. You have no questions.
Ooh.
That's a new.
Wow.
Ominous.
That literally gave me chills, just saying.
Oh my god. All right.
Okay, so
Oh.
where's my hidden clock for for Keen Mind?
In my notes.
Okay. Actively obfuscates me. Damn.
And that was a dirty 30 as well. Wow.
Sword is still spooky.
Okay, now.
In point of fact, you examine it, you set it down to turn to check a readout on a device. You turn back, it's gone. Brayden, you're going through your stuff for the evening, training, whatever it is that you're training, and you happen to shift your hand, and Nell is resting against your chair.
What the? Pierce must have been done with it. Okay. Shout out. Are we in the same tower?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then I.
No, the bedrooms are in the other tower.
Mhm. So, Pierce must have gave it back. How the fuck did he get in here without noticing?
Okay. Pierce is gonna freak out when he goes missing and oh fuck, it's gonna kill me.
Yeah, right.
Okay, next question is going to go to...
You got two more.
I got two more. Wait, 1, 2, 3...
I'm just gonna put that in Nell's
Two more.
notes. If lost, can recall.
Right?
Ioun stones. I'm gonna examine two of them at the same time.
Okay.
One roll or two rolls?
One roll.
I'm so sad. I saw what that one was.
Ioun stones are fun.
Okay.
They're basically crystallized spell effect. They're not actually rocks. They're not spell storing items. They are just a spell effect made manifest.
Okay, so spell effect made manifest.
The problem is the secret to how they're made is lost, or at the very least not on the Sword Coast, and anyone can take them.
That's why I have mine embedded in the back of my gauntlet.
Yep. They work as long as they're within the aura of a person or living thing. A construct can't use an Ioun stone. I don't think.
Lost. Work as long as they are within the user's aura.
But
Constructs cannot use them.
they're also not picky of who they give bonuses to. You're just like, I have this thing, it's giving me this bonus. Then somebody else can just pull it out of the air, put it around themselves. They're like, now I have the thing. There have been incidents of two individuals with Ioun stones hugging or whatever, and the orbits just changing.
That's kind of cute.
You got 5 questions.
5 questions. Okay. I'm assuming that this is a many have tried, many have failed type thing, but how difficult would it be to reverse engineer these things?
To render the spell, not very hard. But to make, crystallized spell effect is basically impossible.
Basically impossible. Okay.
Could you turn an Ioun stone into a scroll? Yeah. Could you turn a scroll into an Ioun stone? No.
Okay. I remember you saying something about upgrading these things.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask what knowledge I have about that with my roll?
You don't have any.
None. Okay.
As I told the hen last night, there are some things, some crafting disciplines that you need specialized training for. It doesn't
Okay.
matter if you're a master smith. There might be some smithing technique that you need to learn specifically.
Okay.
Comes
Same
down
goes
to
for
this
same
skill.
goes for arcane practices.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Ioun construction is a specific discipline.
Gotcha.
And no, you cannot make a Galdur's Tower for it.
I was literally just thinking that.
I imagine I can't make a Galdur's Tower with the information on them either.
Nope.
Mm.
You can make like a price guide, but you can't make like notes on their construction because they don't exist.
Noted.
So when you find them, they're a dime a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
So
And we have 3.
yeah. Okay, so my first thoughts with this are convince the party to find more secure ways to wear them instead of floating around their head.
Yeah. Some people sew them into their skin.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just flinched bodily over here.
I will keep mine in my gauntlet, please.
Yeah. Believe you me, when I read that, I was like, but it would be constantly tugging and trying to orbit. That would be incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah. Ugh, no, me who gets sensory overload, that, no.
Yep.
It'd be like the facial hair. At some point, I want to get up and get rid of it immediately, and that's not going to go well if it's sewn in.
In 4E especially, there was a couple of monastic orders, I think, that were just covered in Ioun stones.
Fuck that.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Oh, thanks.
Is there a way to modify them to more closely keep to the wielder, aside from like special like items to wear them on or sewing them onto your skin?
No.
No.
At least not that you have access to.
Okay. What is the spell within these things? Because this is a weird sustained effect. Like, I imagine it's lower than the spell that's...
Yeah, it's basically like a very, very... Like, if a spell is a firework, right?
This is a slow burn candle.
Yes, exactly.
So what is the firework that was used to make these?
Basically, like, it is not a 1-to-1.
Yes.
But basically spare the die.
Gotcha. Okay, my last question is going to go to this. In an emergency situation,
Mm-hmm.
how would you release the spell effect inside?
Can't.
Can't.
It's an involved
Okay.
process that takes, like, time and effort. And, like, you could release a spell effect here in your workshop. You cannot in the field.
Noted. That's a good question for me to have the information to, so
Mhm.
I know that's not a route I need to explore.
Yep. So,
Okay.
do you guys want to meet up before you go to bed?
Yeah.
And have some conversations?
Yes, I do.
Sure.
The floor is yours, NightLites.
I think Pierce comes into the sleeping hall.
With everybody's gear.
No, not with everybody's gear. Lawrence's shit stays in the fucking workshop for now.
Okay.
Lawrence, go get your shit.
Lawrence is just like he is knackered between the digging up and
I mean,
smelting
listen,
all
when the
ore.
Galdur's Tower disappears, it'll just fall into the cart. It's fine.
and probably crushing a chunk of the food because that's
Crushing food and making a loud ding.
I mean... Good.
I mean, Lawrence would probably walk in, realize his armor isn't there. Fuck. Damn it, Pierce.
You
And walk
want
back
me
out.
to kill myself carrying it over here?
Fine. He'll go back and just have to
Yeah,
all over.
and Pierce will start taking everyone else's magic items out of his bag of holding.
Like Brain just holds up, like Nella's like, thanks for giving it back. Did you find anything interesting?
What? Wait,
Huh?
I was worried that I had lost that.
What do you mean?
It disappeared from my workshop. I hoped it went back to you, but...
I should specify. Remember how I said you all lost attunement when you gave it to Pierce?
Uh-huh.
You didn't lose attunement to Nell.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh no,
That thing does
that's
not-
horrible thought.
That thing does not like me touching it, first of all.
Okay.
Umbra goes, "Of course not, it's not yours."
It's probably about now Lawrence comes back in. Just
Yeah.
Like,
Then Pierce will pass the Ioun stones over to Connie and Brayden.
Thank you.
Grab, sticks it above head.
Mhm.
You may want to find a better way to hold on to those.
We don't need to hold on to them, they just spin.
Eggs, and anyone can take them. For
Yeah,
example,
that's fair.
and I'm gonna try and send Lavina to go and grab the one above Connie's head.
It's
That's
not,
funny, because I was about to try and grab the one above Brayden's head.
It's not even a check. Like, they move so slowly, you could just...
Yeah, like Lavina snatches it out of the air.
Lawrence probably just looked between them. I'm gonna be doing some crafting tomorrow, aren't I?
Probably.
You could probably keep it in your pocket and it'd be fine, but it's gonna move in your pocket.
Is that an Ioun stone in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me?
I wasn't gonna say it because it's too easy, but yeah.
You could like embed it in something like a headband or a glove or something.
Pierce like holds up his gauntlet to rock him.
Umbra goes, "Or your skin."
How about no?
No.
Disturbed expression from Connie.
Also, disturbed expression from Lawrence.
It's not my fault that Bruce has a gothic parrot.
Gothic parrot.
Gothic Fairy is totally a cover band.
Okay,
Like, even
and like
Bruce looks at Umbra like, the fuck?
he'll pass out everyone's items, mentioning what he hasn't got a chance to look at yet. Then he'll get to the sickle.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking it over, and most of the effects are not from the enchantment. It seems to be made of a... What's the word, Lawrence? Alloy?
Yep. That's accurate.
Silver, iron, and mercury.
Lawrence would probably freeze at that. Look at Connie's stick again. That is a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
Mercury is something you don't play with.
I know. It's poisonous.
And Lawrence would probably stop. Look at Pierce. You didn't lick it, did you?
No, of course not. I'm not a geologist.
I would take offense to that, but this just means you don't get the sapphire.
I don't even know that you have the sapphire yet. But
And
also,
that's what you get told.
it's made with some ancient druid techniques. The enchantment is very Fey-oriented. For the most part, the effects that are magical are how the blade doesn't dull. It's a little sharper than a blade of its make should be, and the additional healing it helps you with.
Oh,
Right.
That reminds me. I forgot to say this, Pierce. I'm sorry.
Okay.
5 pips towards Journeyman Artifice.
Ooh.
Yo!
Nice.
Nice.
You don't get one for now.
Yeah, noted.
Nella's just a fuck you to everyone except Britain.
How many out of the clock for Journeyman Artifice?
12.
5 out of 12.
Oh yeah, how many pips did I get for the cooking one? Was that 1 or 2?
Did you have a kitchen?
No.
One.
So just one.
I am
No matter-
terribly. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm terribly curious what I would get out of Nell with Legend Seeker.
I mean, we can have that
Would
conversation.
you like to check?
Okay, the fact that I hear Gamzee's voice now reminds me, oh yeah, guess what we didn't look over?
The bell.
Because Gamzee didn't give me his stuff.
Yep. He wasn't here to give you a stuff.
You can do that tomorrow.
You can do it tomorrow.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Lawrence would glance at his armor. Did you get some
I was-
mine?
I was probably waiting on Lawrence's help, but he was worried about gemstones and forge.
Yep.
No, I'm already tired as is, and someone wasn't helping me.
Fair enough. I'm kind of wiped myself. God, that was a long night. For what it's
That's-
worth, the cart's lighter now.
That's good. Not that I would know. Then turns back to Connie. He could stand to take another enchantment. Things like nature spells or things that bend light, create illusions, or whatever. Maybe very keen on taking with it.
I'll have to look into that then.
When you have something in mind, maybe we can try to do it ourselves.
I mean, if it already hurts lycanthropes more than usual, or shifters more than usual, she would say rather. What about putting Connie's Little Radiance in it?
That would just be...
GM?
It would need another slot.
Okay.
It would need another slot. What? How many slots is it at right now? 2?
2.
It's just probably been asked before, but what's the max slots that a weapon can have?
5.
Okay.
So it would take 2 slots for Lunar Radiance.
Ish. I said there was space left over. I didn't say it was 1 slot.
Okay. So yeah. It may take a little more work, but I could see what we could do. Another night.
The other thought would be to put Healing Spirit in it. If it would fit.
No way. That's bigger.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Maybe like a healing word or something.
And the last thing I got to tonight. Slow turn to Brayden.
Bruise.
Bruise, my bad.
I don't like the way you're looking at me, Pierce.
You'd think the looks of these boots would be discouraging enough.
I mean, they look alright. They go with the rest of my cloak.
Oh, give yourself inspiration, you bastard.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
And then Pierce goes. Pierce goes to explain, but explains in fucking wizard terms.
Then do it. Then do it.
Okay. These boots.
Were made for walking.
God damn it! Stop.
Thank you.
These boots shunt you forward temporally. The strain it causes on your body is like as if you were going through temporal transposition every single time you use them. I'm bad at wizard terms myself. So.
Yes, I'm waiting for you to use the word multiplicative, and you haven't yet, and I'm upset.
Wouldn't he be
Or exponential.
if that were the case?
What was that noise, Valerian?
I was going to.
Sweet.
Multiplicative, exponential, recursive.
Hang on! Stop using all the words. We're gonna run out.
I'm not running out. I'm not gonna run out. I'm gonna prompt you.
Panger.
It's as if every action that you take while in the state of flow converges all at one time.
Brayden's got that look of everything you just said was insane. You care to explain that in general terms.
These boots are killing you, Brayden.
Fucking what?
Blink, blink.
And then Lawrence would freeze like, oh, that's not good.
Now, I'm no wizard, but it sounds like you just said he's getting old, and I agree.
Yes, actually. Your reading lessons are helping. Keep that up.
Alright, use smaller words that I'll actually understand, not perital or whatever the hell it was.
Is that why
Okay.
he showed up and looked like a year older that one time?
No,
No, that was a Banshee. Don't that.
That's actually a really good comparison.
You're
But
shitting me.
but instead of it taking your soul and life force, it's you're spending it more at one time.
You're straining your body.
You're straining your body.
So what? Every time he uses them, it's doubled,
Hey,
or
In an ordinary, yes and no. In an ordinary circumstances, just existing with them, it's about 5 minutes. But given the activity that he performs, combined with the excess exertion that he does in order to perform the feats that he does. How long have you had these, Brayden?
Since we got our hands on the Stony War. So what, a month? After that?
a few weeks at minimum.
Yeah.
What was the conversion you said? About a year?
No, I said about a month. Like an extra month.
It's
No,
Oh,
Kate,
no, it was.
Kate, you said I shaved a year off my life, or Bruce's life.
No, I said you shaved a month off your life, and like
You said a year.
I meant to say a month.
Okay.
You definitely said a year.
That's why my reaction was, hold the fuck up, I haven't used them that much.
No, an extra month.
Okay.
Basically, he's aged twice as fast. It will not always be twice as fast. It works out that way for the amount of time that it's been.
On average, I'd say you're about a month ahead in time further than you should be.
It's like he just pinches the bridge of his nose. It's like, first the fucking Banshee, now the shoes. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be ash by the time the shoes off.
Is there a way to undo that or block it, or?
I mean, unless I pull out.
Existing in a state of slow for an extended period of time may be able to reverse it.
Wait, hold
No,
on,
it would
that's
just catch the rest of you up.
I mean, yes. But it would act out to giving you more time.
Right,
I mean,
but
yeah.
are we really going to talk Bruce into being a snail for a month?
I mean, you guys are like crafty. Can't you like take that part of the enchantment out? Isn't that how these things work?
Yes, you can. And then you would just have ugly boots.
Yes,
Ugly boots that make me slightly faster.
we could dampen the enchantment, but then it wouldn't be as effective. But that wouldn't stop the effect.
So I've got a dumb idea.
In
Oliver.
addition, when the haste effect wears off,
Yeah, I usually get stuck in place for a couple of seconds.
yeah, because time is catching up to you,
Yeah,
and
that goes.
if you're impacted at that time by tremendous force or a fireball,
Or,
when you use the word fireball,
God forbid, another stun.
by an arcane disturbance, or God forbid another stun of some sort, like a slow spell, or a second haste wearing off at the same time, which, oh, oh.
Yeah, if tripling up enlarge reduce did that to Sockham, imagine what time fuckery would do.
That was physical strain.
This is also physical strain.
That is physical strain, but it's also temporal strain?
No, it's physical strain brought about by temporal tension.
Ah.
Yeah.
Neat.
So
yeah, like I would use the correct terminology there.
I've got a dumb idea for you, Pierce.
Okay?
You said we could catch him up with slow, right? Well,
Theoretically, but it would not be the same. He would exist. a strain would still have occurred.
Yeah.
But slowing him down would give his body a chance to somewhat recover from it.
No. It would just keep
No,
it from getting worse.
it would, yeah.
Like, it would get worse when he used the haste effect. Like, he would take, proverbially, 5 points of damage. Then if you slowed him, the rest of you would catch up, also taking 5 points of time damage, but he would be spending that time already at reduced hit points. The only thing slowing him would do would
make him live to the point he's supposed to.
Yeah, it would only keep him
Minus
from.
a year.
Sorry?
No, I was making the joke of left when I'm supposed to minus a year.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like that's the thing. Like the damage is already done. Like in the same way that
lost that time.
in the same way that like smoking a cigarette shaves 2 minutes off your life or whatever the fuck the metric is. Like it's not literally reducing your maximum by 2 minutes. It's the equivalent of damage.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what's the alternative?
So hear me out on this.
Stop using them?
Hear me out on this, and you know, I know this is an idea coming from me, so it's probably not that good, but what if we made a healing spell's equivalent to Tasha's temporal transposition, but backwards?
Vajra's temporal transposition.
Yeah.
So it's funny that you mentioned that. What you're referring to is immortality, and Maestra has stopped that spell.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if the
throw
Raven
that
Queen would
bird
be
on
happy about
Brayden's
that.
Yeah, the bird on Brayden's shoulder would stab you.
So, do we just stop using it? I know it's powerful, but if it's fucking you up that much.
I don't think... As much as I would love for you to stop using it, like locks eyes with Brayden.
Pokemon Battle Team begins.
Hey, nice.
You would tell me to fuck off to my face, I'm sure.
Not entirely. Yes, I'm still going to keep the boots and use them, but I will put them firmly in the camp with the dagger and use them when needed.
So what about like the spell of haste? Does that do the same thing to a person?
Yep.
That's actually good. No.
Yes,
Good to know.
but the fact that the boots have a sustained effect on Brayden, like, not just... Even while you're just wearing them, you're slightly more agile.
Yeah.
Like, it has a sustained effect on you, Brayden, so I'm not entirely sure that the haste spell is any worse than the haste boots.
I mean, just don't put haste on me again and I'll be fine.
I wonder if there's some.
I'm considering... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you buzzed in first. You're good.
I wonder if there's some poor bastard out there that thought it was a bright idea to give himself haste with permanence.
Probably.
Probably.
That must have been a very short experiment.
I do have some ideas for protecting you, Brayden, when the state of flow ends. They revolve,
Temporal knee pads, so to speak.
kinda. I'm thinking, when I get 4th level spells, I'm considering giving you either giving you my spell storing stone or Connie giving you hers, and the turn the moment before they wear off, you put Odaluke's resilient sphere in it. You pull Odaluke's resilient sphere from it.
And what would that do?
Somewhere Rashal the Page Hunter is very happy that you put the name on the spell.
just random warm fuzzies out of nowhere.
The
and just be
spell
like,
is
"Huh."
called Resilient Sphere in 5th edition, and Rashal is mad about it. Remember we had that whole thing? You weren't there
Yeah.
for that, Piers.
Nope, I was not.
No, Rashal is like, you give credit to the Archmage who made that spell. It is not Magnificent Manor. It is Mordenkainen's Magnificent Manor. Like, Rashal was mad about it.
I remember he got mad at Sockham for calling it just Big Hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will put respect on
Big
that
boy's
name.
hand.
Yeah, I think I almost said Resilient Sphere. No, it's Odaluke's Resilient Sphere.
Odaluke's Resilient Sphere.
Alright, then what does Odaluke's Resilient Sphere do?
Completely encloses you in a protective field. The only thing that can destroy it is dispel magic, can technically dispel it. Disintegrate can destroy it, but that's about it.
So it's a safety bubble.
Yeah, I'll keep that in my back pocket. I'll just continue doing what I have been doing, and before it wears off, I will retreat. As soon as I figured out there was a bit of a for a couple of seconds that left me open for a hit, I'm not leaving myself.
I mean,
for
that's
that.
all fine and well and good, but you'll still take the strange and the haste spell.
Yeah. But the Resilient Sphere won't stop that either.
No.
No, it's just like
Pierce is
preventing
saying, I don't want you to get got.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that, and I'm taking that on board. I will keep the sphere there in case.
I don't have it yet.
Alright.
I'm gonna need to get Wizard 7 to get that for you.
But
Yeah,
when,
but
when you
Yeah.
do, you can just zip behind me and, you know.
That's
Yeah,
fine
we
and
will
buy
well
time.
until a mage familiar with the haste spell decides to firebolt him.
Or a mage familiar with a haste spell hastes him.
Hastes him and then immediately drops concentration. But as long as
mean,
Braden
sure.
understands the effect and isn't willing, haste only allows for a willing target.
Fair. I mean, also they would need to know about the temporal, like jazz hands bullshit.
So this is a little off topic. I figured I'd offer. You didn't get anything from his sword, right, Pierce?
Hell no.
Sockham starts doing like the jazzy fingers. Want me to give it a shot?
What?
Do you want to get stabbed?
My best bet would be to cast Identify on it, but I'm not going anywhere near the damn thing.
I mean, I can tell you what it's about. I got all the information from it when I got it.
It's whole legend.
If you're willing for the possibility of having one hell of a headache for a while.
And we kind of need you.
you are getting ready to take a long rest, and you are well fed.
We're getting ready to go to bed anyway. It'll just make it easier to fall asleep.
Fair enough. Just remember it was from one of the Raven Queen's layouts.
And Lawrence just looks real reluctant, like, just don't say they didn't warn you.
What do I know about the Raven Queen? Just
She's the goddess of memories, and she's batshit insane.
Aren't they all, though?
Yes. So, Sok, you wanna try your power on Nell?
Hearing all this, what does Umbra do?
Well, bird faces can't emote, so it can't make the Grinch smile.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No, I can imagine like the Raven nod of just the exaggerated up and down.
Maybe.
Hang on a sec. I gotta reload roll 20.
Okay, so you reach out
Apparently, even Real 20 thinks this is a bad idea.
and you touch Nell, and you use your legendary visions feature. Your vision shifts up. We have a black screen for a moment, and then you just hear, and you're standing in like the space before an office. There's a giant like mahogany desk. You're in like equal parts like old style like bank building and like somebody's mansion.
I was gonna say a lawyer's office.
Basically, but outside a lawyer's office. Sitting at the desk is just an angel with black wings. Just a dude, like a goth dude without the makeup, but he's got the black hair. Black winged angel, just like surrounded by papers and books and whatever. You're vaguely aware that there's people in front of you and behind you, or there was someone in front of you, as you're standing in line. And the dude looks up at you, and he goes, "Next! Hello, welcome to the Foundation of Memory. What did you lose?"
Sockham is stunned quiet.
Gamsey?
What's the first?
No, I think there's probably a solid little bit of time where Sockham's just like, this is a really weird vision. It's like,
Hall of Oracles is in the West Wing, sir. You should have got this information from the front desk. This is the
What?
Foundation of Memory. How can I help you?
I think he like lifts his hand. Oh, wait a minute, I'm here. That's not how this works. Wait a minute. Wait.
From behind you, you hear, ahem!
Oh God, Karens exist in Faerun.
Oh,
You
Okay.
turn around and stretching to infinity are just ghosts.
oh,
Oh, shit.
okay. Okay, I'm holding up a line. I'll give this a shot. Hi, I was looking for the story of a weapon named Nell.
Hall of Records is in the North Wing, sir.
Right,
You
right.
should have made your intentions more clear at the front desk.
I didn't go to a desk. I have a...
He like puts a button on the desk. Security!
Wait,
Trespasser in the Foundation of Memory.
Wait. Let me explain.
He takes his
I have-
finger off the button.
I have a skill that lets me access the memories of an object or person. I get to see its story. I touched this weapon, tried to use this ability, and poof, here I am.
Presses a button. Security, unlicensed mage in the Foundation of Memory.
I don't even know where I am. The sword sent me here. My brother's a Raven Queen warlock.
Like, takes his finger off the button, folds his hands, and leans across the desk. Look. I'm not paid enough to be your tutor. There's 3 million years of people behind you. Some of them are here to get their birth certificates.
Okay, just point me in the directions of all the records.
We have rules. If you want to start using your... he does a sarcastic jazz hands. Special powers without a license, there's going to be repercussions. I suggest you find an expert in your world. Next! And you're standing back in the tower again.
You just got kicked out.
Fucking bureaucracy.
That was awesome.
I think Pierce laughs.
Just, Karen just says, fucking bureaucracy. Wait, what?
Like, touches the Nell, violently pulls his hand away from Nell, and immediately, cocksucker!
And everyone's like, what?
He doesn't like you either, then.
I didn't even get to see a story. It sent me to a place called the Foundation of Memories.
Ah, fucking paperwork. Got it.
Bureaucracy hell.
I got yelled at for holding up a line of 3 million years worth of people
That's a lot
and
of
being an unlicensed mage.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have held them up.
And this, boys and girls, is why we have our licenses.
But brother,
The Raven
Bruce.
Queen is a lawful deity. What do you want from me?
Lawful, she is lawful bitchy.
I think Sokka like puts his hands on Braden's shoulder.
Brayden, are you sure you're cut out for an afterlife
Sure.
of paperwork?
Bruise's shoulders.
Sorry, yeah, I keep fucking that up.
We all do. It's okay.
Listen, brother. I love you, your family. You're fantastic at what you do. Your sword's a fucking bureaucrat, and that's a problem.
Are you sure you're cut out for a paperwork? Fuck. An afterlife of paperwork, Bruise?
Hey,
That's
look,
where
I
you're
just stopped-
heading.
Hey, look, I
I
just
mean, not
stopped-
everyone mans the front desk.
You're right. Some of them man the libraries.
Look, I just stop people from trying to be immortal. No.
And when you die, what happens?
I will ask.
All I know is, like I said, there's a hall of records in a place called the Foundation of Memories. There are two things I now need: a license for magic and access to that records.
You have one from Waterdeep, not from the fucking heavens.
Yeah, that might
Kind of above your pay grade.
You're right. I'll settle for Blackstaff.
You're never going to get to Blackstaff, Sockham.
You say that now.
I say
have-
that now and into infinity.
So, Umbra goes, so you don't want the paperwork?
Wait, there's actual paperwork?
No response.
Wait, I'm sorry, you can... What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Even Lawrence looks interested, like, hello.
No response.
I give the man his paperwork.
Okay. Sokka, make a dexterity save.
Oh no.
Oh no!
He's gonna get buried.
Okay, I have to ask. Can I danger sense it?
Yes.
I'm already like protecting my drink.
Cool. So you do not take any bludgeoning damage as about 4-inch thick stack of papers appears on your lap.
You take 1 slashing damage as you get a paper cut.
Lawrence just pulls out his quill pen from his notebook. Here you go, brother. You'll be
That
out for a
will take a
while.
while.
And this
Let me
is
take a look at these.
this is paperwork to request a license.
Umbra goes, no.
So is this in common, celestial, both, or legalese?
It is in celestial and legalese.
Oh,
Wait, do
dear.
I speak celestial? Hang on, let me double check. I speak a fuck ton of languages.
You're like a fucking almanac in there.
I can imagine Lawrence probably gets to the first paragraph and even his eyes glaze over.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Like, no,
a language
I'm not even
Pierce
okay.
doesn't speak. Have fun, guys.
Okay.
Don't you have a language token?
Okay. Comprehend languages.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
So
well
you
played.
can comprehend the literal definition of these words. You do not want to comprehend legalese literally.
No, that is a bad way to go.
That's a
speaking from
fair
experience.
point. Never mind.
I read contracts for fun.
Yo,
and
fuck
is-
that.
That
Fuck
way lies
Andor
madness,
that.
brother.
I'm sorry. Why?
Because it's fun.
Dot.
I will
Okay.
explain later.
So yes, like you can get the literal meaning of the words on these papers, Salcom.
You know what? I think we're good.
Lawrence just pats Sock's shoulder. That way lies madness, brother.
Okay.
Can you put that
You
spell into
might
my
wanna-
spell?
You might want to find a lawyer before you get through any of that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds like bullshit.
This
A celestial lawyer, huh?
I'm sure this foundation of memories is cool and all. I think I'll pass.
No response.
Umbra, what are these papers for, if not for the license?
Umbra goes, recognition, why?
Recognition as what?
An entity?
Am I gonna get in trouble if I burn these?
No response.
Just tuck it away for now. We'll worry about it later.
Yeah,
I
put it in
don't
one of our
want
various bags and forget
It,
about it.
it never hurts to keep a contract handy.
I
Before
don't
we just
want
get rid
it.
of these completely. Umber, can we get these in common if at all possible?
Umbra goes, no.
Getting vindictive now. I get it.
I'll take them and try to decipher them in my free time.
No, hold on. One
What
last try.
free time? You have 27 more magic items to get through.
I know!
We can do it in a couple months, it's fine.
One last thing. What languages can we get them?
Ours?
Uh,
Bird head
Oh,
tilt.
that's clever.
Can you provide a translator?
To you, Pierce, Umbra goes, can you provide the fee?
That's definitely a no.
Depends on what the fee is.
Really?
Pierce make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
no.
The fee is your life.
Is this something I would want to Misty step away from?
That's up to you, my dude.
I think I will. I have my slots for today.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I did.
You missed some way. A single laminated card appears where you were standing.
I will go over and pick it up.
It is in Celestial.
Fuck you.
Sock.
Give it here. Give it here.
Hold it over to
Pulls his-
Sock.
Pulls his glasses out.
Okay.
Lawrence is now smirking Umbra like, okay, well played.
You pull it out, Sock. You look at it, and it's basically the effect of like questions about your bill. Call this number.
Oh, so it's
It's
Celestial Lionel Hutz.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a sending ID, is what it is.
Yes. That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Oh,
So
555, bitch.
this is a sending number.
Give a cheer.
You sure?
I mean, you're probably going to get it in Celestial.
With any luck, it'll say, for common, please say common.
I'm curious now. I'm curious now on just what this fee is, but I'm worried by the very fact of me calling I'll have paid it.
Can we not do this, please? I know the absurdity.
For all we know.
The Fox lost their shit.
I know the absurdity. Sock'em Andresen speaks of reasonable ideas and
Who
wanting
are
to
you,
avoid
and
nonsense.
what day has replaced you?
Bureaucracy.
You lost your clothes. So.
You know what? For once you're speaking sense, bureaucracy is totally a fake creature.
If there is anything in all of these realms that is really, truly evil, it is bureaucracy, and I want no part of it.
I will drink to that, brother.
Was that
Bureaucrats
all
try to
item for tonight, by the way?
bureaucrats try to make me wear shirts. I'm not doing it.
You get used to it.
Bureaucratic shirt is like a cover band or something.
Umbra goes, also casual Fridays.
Lawrence probably pauses, raises a finger. That's
What's a
just kinda
Friday?
nice.
Well, if I were not pushed to,
Yeah, there is no context for what a Friday is.
What?
I
bet it's a fool.
have used Umbra for fourth wall jokes this entire campaign. You're
And it's
only
amazing.
just catching this now.
No, it's better.
No,
than
we
that.
caught it. It's just
It's good.
I like to think that Sock'em gets really close to Umbra and goes, "Who's Friday?"
Dun, 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 dun.
In a familiar voice, you hear, "Your mother, Master Sokol."
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'd say your mother, but then I'm insulting a god, and I really don't feel like it.
Not quite.
Yeah, maybe not ground to tread.
Anyway, I'm about to rest
Umbra
you, but
goes,
I'm beat.
Umbra goes, I prefer the term messenger.
Right, and now you're back to scary. I'm going to bed because I'm beat.
Yeah, fun fact, you're right, it did give me a headache, but not why we thought. Good night.
good night, Sock.
As much as I would love to call the number on this card, I can't read Celestial, so good night.
Was that all the items for tonight, by the way?
I'm taking all the paperwork for Celestial study material.
Good. Perfect.
go worry about the rest of the items tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Everybody
I'll give you a hand.
gains-
I'll give you a hand tomorrow, Pierce.
everybody gains the
I-
benefit of a long rest.
I will add Celestial's paperwork to my inventory.
Yep.
How much does the paperwork weigh?
Yes.
I mean, it's 4 inches of bureaucracy. I can actually probably give you a reasonable answer about this.
4-inch bureaucracy is also a band name.
Yep.
It's probably a couple.
Celestial
pounds.
Paperwork is also a band name.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's probably a couple pounds. I mean,
Yeah, I was thinking
It's-
like 2 pounds.
yeah,
Aw.
I handle a lot of paperwork at my job, so I can probably give you
So-
a reasonable ballpark for that.
The next day dawns. You guys prep your spells, get breakfast, get ready to set out again. The Galder's towers fade, and you begin to move again. Anybody want to do anything while you travel?
I mean, Lawrence is probably chit-chatting with Pierce while he's moving the cart.
Okay.
So what'd
Yeah.
you find for notes on everything else?
For the most part, just some basic stuff. I found something interesting about my amulet.
Oh yeah, what's that? And which amulet? You got 2 of them.
I'm not wearing the one my mom gave me at the moment. It's in my bag, but this one points to his Force Gray amulet. It's got some special traits. It's got an arcane circuit that is closed upon casting a spell. It only has 1 charge a day. But it's particularly easy for the black staff to track it.
Oh goody! So there's a LoJack on it.
In some way, yes. I don't want to modify it, but there's a specific frequency that you can use to track it, which is, lack of a better word, encrypted.
I mean, good way to refund your ish. So
Yeah, it's a good way for the black staff to find the students or their agents if they go missing or MIA.
So Archmage Safar does know where you are,
Yep.
at least reasonably speaking,
Mm-hmm.
Sounds right.
which
But in that
may be
same
of
vein-
benefit to both of us.
This is early in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Brayden, make a survival check. Lawrence, make a wisdom saving throw.
I shall roll for food as well.
Yep.
A wisdom saving throw?
Oh, charisma saving throw. Excuse me.
Okay.
Charisma save? I'm scared.
Charisma save.
That
That's
was
terrible.
stealth, not survival, my dude.
Oh, whoops. Well,
Okay.
Muscle memory.
Brain just disappeared.
Wow.
Nothing happens
Bruce,
unless
sorry.
you choose to fail.
okay, so take 2 off that roll, and that's the modifier. No, wait, that's the dex. Okay, no, take 2 off that roll, that's what it is.
Noted.
You know what? I'm curious about the effects. So I'll choose to fail that.
Okay. So you hear a voice in your head go, I also know where you are, Mr. Parnassus.
And Lawrence is free. Lawrence would pause for half a second and just. Nice to know.
I figured that would happen the moment I go to mention this.
You good there, bud? What was that face?
And then Lawrence just taps his skull. It's the meme of the head tap. Just, it ain't just Pierce.
Oh, while I've got you, by the way, the city's still standing.
Good. Anything we should?
Here, Lawrence. Pierce will conjure a mirror.
I mean, Lawrence is pulling the cart.
Yup.
Here, Pierce will conjure a mirror and hold it in front of them while they're walking.
Okay, so yeah, you see Vajra sitting in her comfy not desk chair, with a cup and saucer of tea, and sitting beside her is Pierce's mom still.
Oh no!
Oh, dear.
Archmage, Mrs. Averill, good to see you both.
You hear a voice from off screen say, "Not quite everyone." Tasha leans over.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Tasha. Archmage Tasha. Sorry.
Vajra says, "They can't leave the city."
Yeah, we figured. We're on our way to Nightstone ourselves.
Completely droll expression behind her teacup. I know.
Yeah, we figured.
How's it going over there?
Yeah, how's the situation?
City's standing, so
It will take more than a fire giant siege team to destroy my city. Thank you.
That's fair.
Wait, only one? I thought there was meant to be more.
glad that we managed to help out with Golden Field. So
What do you mean
less.
more?
We were under the impression there was more than just one siege team.
Yeah. Out of character, I can't remember if it was 3 teams of 6 or 6 teams of 3. One or the other.
I feel like we would have passed that along if we knew about it.
What information do you have, KnightLites?
Explain about the fire giants.
I thought we did pass that along.
I could have sworn
Yeah,
we did.
You said fire giants were coming.
Oh, we didn't say how many. Fuck. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
You said a fire giant siege team is what you said.
Oops.
So
Was it
yeah,
3 of 6 or 6 of 3?
I don't recall that.
I want to say it was 3 groups of 6.
I shall ask the DM. Was it 3?
It was 3 groups of 6.
Three groups.
Three
Roger
groups of 6
says,
then.
It is 1 group of 6, and we have the situation well in hand.
Well, the other 2 went elsewhere then.
That's bad. That's very bad.
That could be
Real
You
bad.
an issue.
you hear a noise and see a glow from like past whatever Vajra's looking at, and you hear Tasha say like, "I'll handle it," and then the light fades. There's a sigh.
Yeah, no,
And
sorry,
then-
Archmage. We could have sworn we had passed them.
Viviette goes, "Are you pulling a plow?"
No,
The
It's a
cart,
cart.
actually.
Very heavy cart.
So, Viviette, like, was having tea with Walker. She sets her saucer down. You see her, like, inhale, and she goes, "Percival, Valerian Averil, I know you can hear me."
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Dude, you're
I know, I'm holding the mirror. Mm-hmm.
I'm hiding behind the cart.
Do you or do you not remember the incantation for fly, young man?
We used it once. Mrs.
Hang on,
Averil.
hang on.
Hanging.
Everything okay,
Hanging.
dude?
That only lasts for 10 minutes, Mom.
That's 10 minutes. Your brothers aren't breaking their backs.
I mean, it's,
And I'll reach over, touch the cart, it floats. The enchant.
Light jog.
it is a pretty good workout though.
Can you
Yeah.
cast that on an object?
You just
No.
did.
Fuck. I mean, unless the GM changes that, it says a willing creature. I'm reading it now.
Yeah, so you say that has to be... So do you say, like, that has to be used on a creature?
Yeah, before he doesn't cast it. That has to be used on a creature.
Change the formula. I taught you better than that.
Wait, but magic isn't math.
Yes, it is.
Magic isn't math. I cannot help but imagine Viviette and Pierce give Sock the exact same face.
I mean, Morris is probably giving him his face behind his helmet, too.
What? It's
It's-
not. It's frequencies.
Oh my god, it is so much more than that, and even more than that.
Right, but how do you measure frequencies except by math?
Pitch and tone.
Which is math.
Which is math.
Which is math. The waves have a different length. In addition, there's different energies involved. different
Wait, that's how that
formulae.
works?
Yes.
I've been basing all of my magic based on vibrato versus bass.
Even
it was off the
sound
motion you
works
have
off of
used.
similar principles. That's how bards are able to use magic.
Meanwhile, While you all are bickering, Vajra looks over at Vivienne, and in a low tone, but it gets picked up by the spell, she says, "Go easy on him." And Vivienne just smirks.
I can see about modifying the spell next time we rest.
All I can think of is the Arcanist Grimoire.
I hope your magnificent mansion is well stocked, young man.
About that.
Shut up, Lawrence.
No.
Pretty good.
Gotta silence me to shut me up, brother.
No
I'm
mansions
tempted
yet,
to.
but the tower's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Super cozy.
You're still
Pierce,
using the tower? And
Pierce Rhodes.
And Vajra goes, "He hasn't been to class in over a month." And Vivienne just inhales.
No.
Archmage!
Lawrence winces.
In his defense, we've been busy saving the world, because
Hey,
he's great like that.
We started with Golden Fields, for the record.
Yes, I'm waiting on that status report, by the way.
You and your paperwork, Pierce. So.
Well, since you took the time to connect the spell and we can have this conversation, report, Evoker.
Oh.
Oh no. Good
Right.
lord.
Well, now you're in the shit.
I have to do this verbally. Fuck, I was not prepared.
Does he say that?
No.
Why not?
Pierce is a bit more...
Because
Here-
Augur
I
can
feel like-
hit him from here.
Yeah, if Roger can hit him from here, she has line of sight. And even if he dispels the mirror, she still has line of sight. Okay. Fuck. Give me just a second to get my words together. Right. We use the horn that Rockham is currently in possession of to call the aid of... I'm tripping over my words, but Pierce is not. So I would like to make that distinction clear.
Okay. Make a charisma saving throw.
Okay, I would do that.
Because you're facing down intimidating people that are Pierce's kryptonite.
I was about to ask
I'm
if I
gonna
could
use my
silently
inspiration to
coach him.
reroll.
Okay.
Come on, dice. Please? Fuck. No.
Yeah, Pierce is tripping over his words.
Okay.
Cannot believe you burned an inspiration on that. How dare you?
I want it.
Worth it.
He felt
like
important,
support
okay? No, not really. Three draconic entities of bronze, silver, and amethyst.
Your mom sits up a little bit straighter when you say that.
They aided us in the battle. We descended upon a first group, and realizing that these giants were collaborating with various goblinoids in an intelligent manner for...
Vajra holds a hand up. You are in the wilderness. I am having breakfast. The final report, not a play-by-play.
Understood. Goldenfield is secured. What
Casualties?
was the casualties?
Minimal. If I remember
Minim-
correctly.
Minimal. Yeah, it was minimal, right? Because we even revived Lefurlius.
Yep.
Minimal. Lefurlius was revived after the battle using one of our resources. And Golden Fields has begun repairs.
And expansion.
Golden Fields is also now guarded by a dragon by the name of Zelipharn.
Vajra nods.
Of the bronze variety.
Where are you now?
Along the river, heading towards Nightstone, circling our deep forest.
Why?
Oh shit, here it is.
Retrieve a useful tool to help us handle the draconic force that I was briefed upon.
Sorry to interrupt, Archmage, but Pierce, you might want to mention the shamans as well.
Yes, absolutely. I am unsure if this is present within the other giant varieties. Among the hill giants, there are these shamans that use a form of necromantic magic that inhibits healing magic used on the afflicted.
Stones as well.
Viviette, quietly to Vajra, says, "Dark lightning?" And Vajra puts her hand up over whatever she's, like, looking into to speak. So muffles, like, remove sight, muffles hearing. Anybody who wants to make a perception check.
I will do so.
I will too.
Do I hear it anyway with my 20?
You gotta roll it, my guy.
That's a shame.
Perception. Not super high, but...
Huh.
Nope. Oh, wait, what? Oh. It landed on a 4 on my screen.
By the way, none of you are rolling as your characters, it looks like.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
shit,
that
I
as soon as I
refreshed.
rolled it.
I definitely am.
You are in Braydenar. Okay, so Connie, Pierce, and Lawrence, you hear a name.
Okay.
Kopesh.
Kopesh.
Like the blade?
Yes.
Sorry, did you say it was Vajra or Mrs. Averill that said it?
I did. They're talking back and forth.
Any recognition on the name?
No.
None.
Oh, Pierce, don't forget the abbot gave us a name to look into about those really skinny hill giants.
I don't remember
yeah.
the name.
I've got it written down. 1 second.
The mouth of Gorlanter?
Mouth of Gorlanter.
So the like sight comes back. Vajra moves her hand, and she says, "I don't suppose we should be too terribly concerned about one hill giant casting rare
was not just one.
spellcraft."
It's...
There was a second one trained in that manner that we encountered outside of Golden Fields.
And she had a retinue.
And those gems are much more than they appear.
Like Viviette straight up says, "Vajra, we have to tell Minster."
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh jeez.
I thought you hated that guy.
Yeah, and Vajra's face, like, falls, like, puts a hand to her forehead and, like, takes a long breath. She says, "In time," and Viviette says, "Vajra?" And Vajra sighs. "You're right." Anything else?
The gems contain...
The gems that the shamans are using contain
Rakshasa, I think.
Rakshasa.
Do you have any indication of how they would have received these items?
no.
No.
Unfortunately.
None.
Well, the one that appeared was really pissed, so I'm assuming kidnapping.
Viviette, like, now fully invested in the conversation, says, "What about other giants? Perhaps thin giants?"
Yeah,
Braden starts
as I-
nodding immediately.
As I
Yeah,
mentioned,
yeah.
the second shaman had a retinue. There were very thin giants who
Emaciated, right, Connie?
emaciated, like they couldn't keep anything down.
They seemed really eager to bite me, though.
Also,
We get a
nothing.
name.
nothing going on upstairs.
They also seem to have lost their mind. Yeah, nothing going on upstairs. They seem to have lost their mind and even attacked each other when we weren't close to them.
We did get a name off of the abbot from Golden Fields. The mouths of
Crowlander.
Grolander.
You say it, and Viviette says it at the same time.
Yeah.
And just Lawrence just nodding along, like, yeah.
By the sounds of it, that's terrible news.
Vajra says, I was having a nice breakfast.
Well,
I realize that we're the ones reporting here, but is there something we need to know?
Yes, stay away from Waterdeep.
Already doing so.
is it because of the siege, or is there more?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay, then I'm going to ask a question that I have right now, if that's okay, ma'am.
Vajra starts to say something, and Viviette says, Of course, Sockham.
Uh-oh.
So this is kind of a dumb question, but I'm wondering, is there anything I can do to gain access to the libraries of the tower?
Join?
That's unfortunate.
Vajra says,
We have a Pierce.
You are an envoy from the Harpers. I suppose if you had written direction from Lord Mert, but again, stay away from the city, all of you.
Right. I meant when this stuff is over.
They both look down when you say that.
It's gonna be a long time, Sock.
It'll end.
It sounds like our only other receptacle of knowledge that we could go to might be Candlekeep.
Oh, I wouldn't mind getting in there.
Where's Candlekeep?
South?
That's a
South.
journey, but I can
Braden pulls out his map.
get you a writ of passage.
That would be awesome.
That would go a long way. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Archmage.
Where will you be? No. Make sure you stop in Baldur's Gate.
Understood.
Alright.
Already planning on it.
As Braden's like tracing the path, it's like, yep, let's get somewhere.
Oh, we need to go there anyway, don't we?
Oh shit, you're right, yeah.
Right,
Why?
because of
This is
the...
true.
There's a guy named Marshall Hold Your Dick.
Oh my god.
That was the best.
Oh, it's
And
so
most
good!
strong.
There's a pause.
I think Pierce
I think
starts
it was
laughing.
Boulder
Like, I don't think he can
Maybe Boulder Head?
I don't think he can keep a straight face. I think Pierce starts laughing.
We wanted to talk with him.
Viviette Viviette has lost all pretense of sternness. Like, she is openly worried.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh dear.
She says, Sockham, Grand Marshal Holderhack, is effectively the king of Baldur's Gate. Your reputation in Waterdeep will not precede you. It had better be damned important, and you had better have a very good reason. Otherwise, they will not do business with you.
Out of character, I forget. Why is it we need to talk to him?
He's got a lance.
There's a
Okay, yeah.
line.
Yeah, I thought of that, I was just making sure.
It'll be some time if we get down there anyway.
Yeah, we have a good reason. I would explain, but word magic. You know how Goliath saw.
What?
I'm surprised you do.
Well, yeah, don't you see all my new tattoos?
I'm still learning to read them.
I really hope there's a book on that in Candlekeep.
Vajra nods. She seems in her own head. Viviette says, Where are you specifically?
Couple days out of Nightstone?
Where the river begins to bend away from Ardeep.
I'm glad you guys know. After that sprint yesterday, I lost hard track of where we were.
Vajra, I'll take care of this. Vajra nods and Viviette gets up. She takes a little, cloth napkin and puts a bunch of like bread in it, wraps it up, and then you see her disappear. At the same second, you hear an impact on the cart.
Look around.
Just glance back.
Hello?
You look back, and Vivian Evero is just sitting on the back of the cart.
Oh.
Hi, Mrs. Averill.
Hello, Mrs. Averill.
Hello.
Hi, Mom.
Close the connection,
That is-
Percival.
Uh-oh.
That is truly
What?
terrifying.
What did you say?
Close the connection, Percival, is what she said.
And Pierce will do so.
It's not secure to speak magically for so long.
By the way, during that, could I have like kept an eye behind us and see if
Yeah,
anything tells
yeah.
us? Cool.
Scones?
Ooh.
Sure.
Immediate
Please.
pause. You've all gotten taller. Sokum, you've grown at least 3 feet.
He's
Oh,
been working out.
Yeah, that's mostly muscle mass.
Lawrence just strips his helmet off.
Pierce
Muscle mass
still-
It
does
has
not
been 5 years.
increase your height.
Pierce still 5'2".
Tiny.
Yes. He hasn't grown much at all.
She
5'2".
passes out pastries to all of you.
I mean, Lawrence is still eating while he pushes.
She hops off and walks beside the cart. You're in danger.
Wait, no,
Yes. Yes, we
we've
are.
been in danger since we left Waterdeep.
We've been in danger since we got to Waterdeep.
True.
Hey, for once, this isn't my fault.
I need to do a lot of research, or else there's a high likelihood that my very existence will be erased from this plane.
That's a lot to
What?
unpack.
What?
Does your father know?
No, on purpose. No one can know.
What?
You guys already know. He, like, conks the shield.
Hmm. Some Goliath religious stuff.
Walk with me, Pierce.
And Lawrence will keep a weather eye on the two of them because
She He nods and starts to walk with her. Where she's either gonna slow down or walk forward.
No, she wanted to call you over.
Yeah, Pierce will walk alongside her.
Smooths your hair out.
oh,
It's a good thing he took a bath recently.
Adventuring is not an excuse to neglect your studies.
I think he nods solemnly, understanding.
You have more skill than this. You could be doing more.
I understand.
You have to be stronger than whatever else is out there.
I don't. I'm trying. I am.
You chose this path against my wishes. Then you have to show me that you're strong enough. I won't lose you too.
I think the solemn look kind of fades a bit, and it's just kind of like a resolved look. Trust me, I won't let that happen. Not if I can help it.
Did you hate going to Strixhaven?
That explains a lot so quickly.
Right?
No, I just felt out of place.
Anything about that? Probably know by now about it being in a different place. Giants. I've told you about the magic of dragons. The old magic, their ways absolute with the currents of the arcane.
Pierce nods, understanding everything she's saying.
I didn't think giants would come up, Percival.
Neither did I.
Don't think
They-
any of us.
They don't gather. They can't gather.
They didn't gather.
If they are, that means something is changing. Something that has not changed since the Dragon Wars. Long before any of your lifetimes. Long before mine.
Something starting with an O.
Don't say it. Don't.
The O thing we're not supposed to know about.
Be careful with your insatiable thirst for forbidden knowledge. It will bite you.
It's bitten me before. He thinks back to Xanathar and the glass or whatever.
It's bitten several of us.
You have to be
Yep.
stronger than whatever is lurking in those pages.
I think his mind then wanders to the Drakebane dagger.
Yeah.
Not only should giants not have the ability to gather, they have special abilities that can only be awakened when they gather. You
That
are
explains a
all
lot.
very lucky.
That explains quite a bit, yeah.
We know we're lucky. Golden Fields is proof of that.
We
Do
lived
not
because we
squander
were
it.
we lived because we were lucky. We'll continue living because we will get smarter.
She puts her
Right,
head on
but-
your shoulder. You're smart enough, Percival. You've always been smart enough.
Then let me change my statement. We lived because we were lucky, and will continue to live because we'll apply everything we've learned.
She nods slowly. What Vajra's not willing to tell you is that Waterdeep will stand. Waterdeep will stand for a force far greater than this one. But that does not mean that it is unshaken. It does not mean that there is not a threat. The giants are not alone.
We figured on that.
Given the ogres and the bugbears, yeah.
She shakes her head.
Or
No.
do you mean something more scaly?
Were it a dragon? No. Dwarves.
Really?
Dwarves.
Pardon?
An army of dwarves.
The only kind of dwarves that would ally with something like that are the... what was it? Drugar?
They are not Dwergar.
Not Dwergar.
They're flying the pennants of Gauntlgrim.
What?
An ally
What?
of Waterdeep. As I understand it, Neverwinter
Jeff,
is similarly besieged.
Oh.
Based on what I know about fire
Well-
giants, I think Pierce's next sentence is... Aren't fire giants slavers?
They are.
Shit.
I fucking knew it.
Sockham is officially pest.
Yeah.
Lawrence is upset.
Getting a lot
Stay
bigger than I
off
thought
the
it was.
main road. All of you.
Yeah, I can find a path.
Ugh.
Travel by night if you can. Dwarves travel along something called the deep roads. They can come out from anywhere.
We're somewhat familiar with that.
How do they, man? Like, are there chains and webs, or is it something more ingrained in their heads?
I didn't stop to ask them.
That's fair.
The point is, it's not a few fire giants with siege weapons. Waterdeep is encircled by an army.
Shit.
And we can't fight the army.
And neither can we.
Only put up the barrier and
Hope it stands.
The lords have convened. We are discussing a solution. But without High Thane Battlehammer, it's difficult. As those are his people.
The High Thane is missing?
From the sound of things, for half a season.
Oh, no.
There's more. It is simple enough to tell you to avoid the main road over a sending spell. No. The reason that I'm out here is far, far greater. First, we do not know what the giants are capable of in this new order. They could be anywhere. They could be massing. They could be making political movements. Just because the old records state certain specific types of giants, that does not mean they will remain, or that new ones will not rise as well. Wielding the souls of Rakshasa is certainly not something that we have information on. But worse, it could simply be the tip of the mountain. And second, and more to the point, Constance, not looking at you, she's still looking at Piers.
Yes, Mrs. Averill?
Have you learned to break curses yet?
Let me check. Do I have remove curse yet?
You got a fan going in the background is what you have.
That's the heater again.
You're fine, go on.
remove curse.
Yeah, I should have it.
Okay, so what do you say?
Yeah, I know remove curse.
So do I, for that matter.
Good. There are reports of strange things in the ranks of the fire giants.
The shaman.
Werewolves.
Oh no!
Oh, goody.
Oh!
Quietly to Piers, she says, "Do the twins know?"
You.
She nods, she says, "Similar to your mother."
Fucking mother.
Yeah. Not sure what-
Lawrence will probably swear in Kalashite.
Fuck. Like, out of character, they use Blood Claw.
And where were these?
They're with the army.
In the ranks around Waterdeep, but werewolves being what they are, they make good scouts and hunters.
I think what Braden just says under his breath, like that green fart son of a fuck.
Oh, that explains why Derek got out.
Lastly, why don't you tell Vajra about the spears?
And Lawrence will flinch. Like, shit.
It's kind of looking at Pierce complicated.
Braden's behind her, right?
I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think he'll just like look at her wide-eyed, then like
Was
put a hand on like the dragon dagger that's at his back.
I think
Without looking, she goes, "Don't be so surprised, Bruce."
I'm disappointed in myself. I failed to examine this amulet sooner.
It's not the amulet, Percival. It's the book I gave you.
My spell book.
Call it paranoia. I have listened intently to everything you've said in the presence of that book.
Well, shit.
Oh no.
So everything. Because the book never leaves my side.
I just needed to know you were alright.
You've heard every... Not deranged, I'm not crazy, but my ramblings when I'm studying. You've heard all of that.
And I haven't said a word.
We did not share the knowledge of them out of fear of their misuse.
To be blunt, Mrs. Averill, the black staff can be a bit zealous at times.
Can you blame her?
No. Sometimes the ends justify the means. But the ends of what these spears can accomplish after the threat of these dragonkin is dealt with, I don't think it's the future we want or need.
And you have reason to believe you could not plead your case?
I've never been the most convincing person.
Pierce, you saved Waterdeep. From not one, but 3 threats. And you did it during your spring break.
Some people take vacations. We save the fucking world.
Zealous or not, you took an oath. It is a disservice to the position, to say nothing of the woman, not to be frank.
You're right.
And if you have concerns, raise them.
Understood.
We're not going to be able to keep this hidden forever anyway.
Of course not.
Especially if someone beats us to the others.
I did some research. With the information that I've been given, quietly, of course.
What did you find?
2 things. Your dragon friend. Not the child, the big one. The big one.
Telephone?
Bigger.
Hex.
The
Clarion?
Bigger.
the amethyst dragon?
Forge of Thanther?
Forge.
Forge.
Oh, Forge, yeah.
We have a lot of dragons, friends.
They're cool people.
He used to have a different name.
The one he gave us was Forge of Thanther.
Try Fist and Antilus.
Oh,
Ooh.
History check.
What exactly?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll roll that.
Kick me
Right.
in the spell for
Can I make that check? Is that possible?
No, only Pierce can because he's been to Strixhaven.
I will get into.
He's already got it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not a bad roll.
This name has come up exactly one time, and it was during your tenure at Strixhaven.
Okay.
Fist and Antilus is to Bahamut what Icing Death is to Tiamat.
Oh.
child. Best, like, what?
Icing Death is referred to as Tiamat's white head by some people.
So technically like an
Oh,
aspect.
Not quite. More like a duke.
Where like a lord will divide his land up into
Yes.
whatever. It's kind of like that.
Trusted official.
Oh, jeez.
He's silver, by the way. Or he was. Not anymore.
He was silver, got upgraded to gold.
I see.
Fist and Antilus is not from Faerun.
Oh.
Wait. Do I know which one he comes from? Like, was that something covered in Strixhaven?
No. He kept it a secret.
Kept a secret. I see.
I mean, I think we can make an educated guess on where he is from.
Yeah.
My Reese.
I did some scrying to see if I could find anything similar to the energy around Forge's domain.
Mm-hmm. And
I have some
luck?
bad news, boys.
No luck?
Oh no, I found something.
Bad news is much more than nothing. Nothing tends to be. What's the phrase?
South of
No
the
new-
Icewind Dale, near the main river that comes out of the spine of the world, and home to a sacred site of the Goliath clans. I found a
one?
similar energy.
Yeah, I'll be the one of the other lances.
Let me take a guess. Go ahead.
Do you know which clan?
Finding written records of the Goliath is difficult. No, I don't.
Were you able to find out the name of the site?
No.
That's not gonna help us then.
Could be something to ask the spirits, maybe.
All I know is it was the site dedicated to Thunderbelly.
Snorri?
Was that his name?
Yes.
Snorri's grave?
I don't know more than that.
Hmm.
What did you find?
Energy. Energy like what you experienced around Forge.
The trademark of whatever plane he's from.
Precisely.
Oh no.
Pierce almost swears and then remembers his mother's right there.
Oh, but Lawrence will beat him to it anyway.
Oh dear.
If
This
they
is-
touch
going out on a limb, rather. Any signs of energy like that in our deep?
I didn't check.
Would you be able to? Because that might sway a fear that I have.
I would say you were listening in on my studies. The Draconic Chimera.
Yes. I'm always in connection with the area around you, and nothing like what was around Forge. I can take a closer look, it's right there. But I'll need something.
What's that?
What?
Given that I don't have a lot of time, and I don't have many reagents with me, I will need some of that essence of mana, Percival.
Yeah, and Pierce will take out his jar of, let's see. Do.
I apologize. This is probably a dumb question, but do you know how to get more of that?
Yes, I do. Am I going to tell you? Absolutely not.
I don't want the information on how. I'm just curious if... I think, I don't know yet, but that might end up being a key point in fixing a serious problem I have.
You can buy it in any magical marketplace if you know what to ask for.
Am I
Yes.
going to be able to afford it?
That depends on how much good you do, Sockham.
I'm looking for the fucking list.
You don't need to worry about that, Delta, what you put backstage.
Okay.
Do you
Similar domain to Forge. Possibility that that's been trapped there.
do you give her some mana?
I do.
Yeah, so
Oh.
she takes a pinch of it, just like literally in her palm,
Okay.
and then she turns towards the forest and makes like a throwing motion, and incants. There's this like huge like inward rush of wind, and then this like blue like bolt of energy flies into the trees, and then you hear like a radar ping, just like bing! And she stops walking, and she just like closes her eyes for a second, processing the information. Not the same.
Okay.
But that's a byproduct of something here.
And before anybody is like, what the fuck spell did she cast? She's like the second or third most powerful abjurist in the world.
Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna. Yeah.
Not even gonna try.
Sensory spells are abjuration, so
Wouldn't they be divination?
some of them are abjuration. Like alarm is abjuration, I think.
Yes.
What does that make the thing we ran into then?
It means it's a product of some cult of the dragon-esque work.
I want to try something super quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first I need some extra details.
Okay.
What is Spot the Hidden?
What is what?
Repeat that?
Spot Hidden.
What do you mean?
Oh, with his shield.
Oh, it basically gives you predator vision. It's not literally heat vision, but it might as well be.
Okay.
So it's not quite infrared.
I just wanted to take a quick peek through the shield towards the forest.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye out, but nothing special.
Okay.
What's the range in your building?
Make a perception check.
I am going. I can't bardic and guidance, can I?
Oh.
Could I guidance you and you go bardic yourself?
Yep.
There you go.
I don't like that number. Fuck.
I also don't like that number.
Should I roll the d4 or you got it?
Don't bother.
Okay.
Has anybody got an inspiration they're willing to give?
I don't know.
I burned it to not be intimidated
No.
by the mom wizards.
I don't have inspiration.
Fuck it, sure, take it.
Awesome. Thank you.
What are you looking for?
So, bluntly, there's been two major little buffets of magic cast in our little area, and Sock's not trusting that the forest doesn't have eyes. He's mostly looking to see if there's anything stalking or watching us.
Yeah, there's about a dozen elves.
Oh boy.
No dragon?
Nothing you can say.
That doesn't
Yeah.
mean it's not there though.
So Sockham pulls the shield off his back, takes a look, scans the forest at their side, and hooks the shield back. Okay. You guys probably already knew this. There's about a dozen, maybe more elves watching us, but that
They're
thing
always
isn't anywhere
watching.
near us.
That's good at least.
Not that I can see through the shield anyway.
They're likely to be always watching us as long as we're here.
I did have a point
Probably.
that I was trying to make, Salcom.
Sorry, ma'am. It was just two really big things of magic. I got worried it might call something.
It's going to be 3, anyway. Percival,
Yes, ma'am.
about the Cult of the Dragon.
Yes.
I'm not going to tell you they're dangerous, you know that.
He nods.
Look at the information that you have. These creatures that are keeping you up at night, the Cult of the Dragon would benefit from their presence, wouldn't they? I find it very
would.
likely if you find one, you'll find the other.
There's not just one of them in the forest.
Couldn't say.
But we're more than likely going to encounter more than one of these things somewhere.
Something set the dragon on Nightstone. Did you
Wait,
find a cult laboratory?
No.
We haven't.
Then it's still out there.
You're not suggesting that a faction of the elves are part of the dragon cult?
I could not
If-
begin to tell you the internal politics within our deep forest right now.
They're having some kind of civil war, to my understanding.
I'm telling you that the resources of the Cult of the Dragon are likely something that these draconic creatures are interested in, and likewise, the abilities of these creatures will prove beneficial to the cult. If they have not already allied themselves, they very likely will. And these are conclusions that you should have drawn, Percival. I have faith in all of you. But at the same time, if you're going to meddle in the fates of the world, you need to be stronger than you are, more capable than you are. And I know that you can be.
Then we will.
I should get back. Technically, it's illegal to leave the city.
Fair enough, Miss Avril. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here and
Tell me,
Please.
can you also, before you leave, can you also see what I write in the book? Out of curiosity.
Not directly.
Understood.
Not unless you leave it open.
I'll try to stay in touch more often, Mom.
About that. Your father's doing better.
Oh, that's got to be a bit of a relief for the twins.
He told us.
Good to know. Yeah.
It is still nice to hear for certain, though.
Since you know, I'll go ahead and tell you. There was a fire. And I didn't realize it was the night of the full moon. Everyone was out helping, and I made a mistake.
What?
I cleared the sky after the rain. The full moon fell on Ayla. Ayla transformed in the middle of town, and Andre held her down while I evacuated.
Oh shit.
That's how he got bit.
Oh,
Shit.
That is also why I did everything that I could.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, it was your sister's knowledge of herbalism.
So do we have any idea where Ma is?
Yes, she's safe. She's out at one of her hunting blinds. I'm not sure which one, but Andre knows.
Okay.
I think Rob would know of a couple of them.
She's fine. Nothing happened to her.
Does this mean Paul is infected?
That was what the
We
illness
already knew that, Sock.
is.
Yeah, he's.
I didn't realize he got bit. That part was very conveniently left out to me.
Yes, no, he was bitten by your mother. That's why he was sick. And in his state, it would have killed him. Had Constance not given me the information I needed.
I've
Yeah.
been fretting, feeling I
No,
haven't done enough.
No, you gave her some medicine that might help.
Okay.
Yeah.
and it
But-
did.
But also, Connie says that out of character.
She says,
In character, rather.
actually, on that note, I already told your father. I might as well tell you. Given the circumstances, I broke in and looked through your grandmother's things.
Okay.
I didn't take anything. I just needed information. Again, your
Alright.
father knows. She kind of shrugs helplessly.
Thanks for letting me know.
Pierce mimics the knock spell to the side.
How's the town reacting?
Quiet. Simple. Boring. The perfect place to raise a child.
Pierce kind of shrugs helplessly.
Especially a special little boy with too much intelligence and magical aptitude.
Who?
See, I'd call you a nerd here because it's a very convenient moment, but I'm afraid your mom would hurt me.
I'll do it, nerd.
I mean, he is.
He's our nerd.
By the way,
Hmm?
not super relevant. Was it the barkeep or the abbot that knew Pierce's father?
The abbot.
Not super relevant, but the abbot the abbot in Goldenfields recognized my last name. Spoke highly of my father.
haven't been keeping anything from you, Percival. I don't know any more than I gave you.
He nods again. I understand.
Insight.
I mean, I'll roll it, but like Pierce ain't questioning it unless like.
You can roll insight if you want to.
Listen, it's not that I don't trust Miss Averill, but can I roll that?
Yeah, sure. There is something she's not saying. Whether or not Pierce already knows it, hard to say. It might be for the ignorance of everybody else here, but whatever it is, it's not fact. Like, she's not sure.
I think Pierce nods, just like dipping his head slightly. I don't mean to keep you. I know you're busy.
No, I'm not busy. I'm trapped in the damn city.
So you're bored.
I thought about giving a guest lecture.
Oh, what topic out of curiosity?
Wards?
Makes sense.
Something of a forte of mine.
Be keen to listen in. Defensive
You
magic.
have a
done
town
me
to
well.
save and a lance to find.
Wouldn't hurt for you to record it, maybe. Give me a refresher.
Wouldn't hurt for you to attend your classes either.
Well, I can't do that all the way out here, can I?
That would be one heck of a scrying spell.
That'd be quite the Zoom conference.
Can't you just sending and then get placed on a reflective surface and have that surface put in your chair?
I'm sure that'll go real well.
Yes!
Viviette goes, yes, you can, Percival.
I mean, I guess if we're traveling by night now, I can do that during the day.
If I had my belt still, I could go longer.
I mean, I've got sending slots I can spare for you.
As long as we don't get in a fight, I should be able to use my own slots for it.
As long as we don't get in a fight. How's that going?
Not well.
More important things to put our energy towards.
Far surprisingly well, considering how many days we've been traveling.
Be
I'm just
safe,
talk-
all of you.
Hmm?
Be safe.
No, I missed that first part.
That's what we can.
Be safe.
Okay.
What she said.
You as well.
Wait, hold on. If you've been able to see through Pierce's book, then do you know about Bruce? My
She
voice
ca-
went wow.
She called you Bruise.
Did she?
Yeah,
That's
you checked the Drakebane dagger, and she said, "Are you really so surprised, Bruise?"
I will admit that I registered the name, but it felt right, so I didn't question it.
Nice.
That just kind of went, yeah, this is the name.
Not comfortable names. Ain't that a nice feeling?
Anything I can do for you in the city?
Make sure the inn's still standing and make sure everyone's okay in Troll Skull.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about that aside from the decorating.
What do you mean the decorating?
What's his VLA doing now?
What'd they do to my bar?
As I understand it, they have began booking live music.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay,
What
that's
kind of
approved.
live music?
Holding weekly poetry readings.
That's questionable, but acceptable.
And offering a discount to Harper's.
I'm gonna fight him.
God damn it, man.
What?
I'm gonna
Oh,
fight him.
no.
I'm gonna strangle that scrawny ginger bastard.
Ginger bastard? Who?
That's a bit
Rainier.
harsh. I'm saying I
Rainier.
haven't done anything to you.
Who?
Rainier.
Rainier.
Yeah.
Ah.
You should probably message Zvili at some point.
Yeah, I should.
I think we have some calls to make later.
Maybe once we get the next turn, yeah.
On the topic of bars, do you happen to know how Durnan's doing?
Yeah.
That is a difficult question. Are you asking me as Viviette Averill, or are you asking me as someone who has the ear of the Lords of Waterdeep?
Both.
Why not both, GIF?
Yes.
I am asking as someone concerned about his well-being.
Publicly, Durnan has returned with his entourage and has retaken tending bar at the Yawning Portal. Privately, Durnan has not left Mert's guest room since he's been back.
Oh no.
Okay.
At least he's resting.
Yeah.
He's resting.
He pushed himself hard.
He's receiving round-the-clock care.
He should be alright then.
You need to understand, he's very old.
Yeah, we got that impression.
Yeah, we know.
And about the only one who he can confide in and who understands is Lord Mert.
Kinda surprising. You'd think with how Mert is, he'd hate him.
Funny thing about old rivals, they're often the best of friends.
Yeah.
Funny thing about a person who thrives off gathering information and a person who runs a bar.
That too.
As I understand it, Mert has not plied him for information a single time.
This is a bit of a dumb question. Sorry.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Rolling back to the bar, there's not been any stabbings, right?
Where? The Yawning Portal? Several.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think he meant our bar though.
I haven't been keeping an eye on it.
Fair enough.
I assume that's what Rashal was for.
I'm sure they can handle it.
Fair.
Like, straight up, Rashal's a member of the Watch. Like, he's a cop.
But if we
Technically.
want to know, we can always call him, so.
And I think... No. I do have the, instructions for connecting with the wards in my book. I didn't set them up, but I've memorized how to understand them. So. The bar should be in safe hands.
I'm sure
sure
your
if there's
father
no
sends his
problem.
regards as well, Connie.
Thank you. I really ought to have a chat with him when I get back.
It's gonna be a while.
You'd be proud of him.
Hmm?
He was involved at the first defense before we realized they were using troops from Gauntlgrim.
Honestly doesn't surprise me.
He conducted himself with valor, which
Yeah, that
surprised
tracks.
me.
That gets a smile out of her.
Out of them. For sure. That might change Archmage Vajra's tune, but unlikely.
Oh, what was the name of the Dr. Archmage?
Might be a step in the right direction at least.
Alright.
Dr. Arch.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the Arch
Dr.
Grim?
Dashin.
Dashin
Dashin
Duvare,
Duvare.
yeah.
Another odd question. Do you know if Archmage Duvare is still in Waterdeep?
No one has left Waterdeep since shortly after you left.
Ah,
So
assumedly
he's stuck
so.
too.
could you find out if he's made any progress in making the procedure he conducted on me safer?
It is not advisable for me to contact you immediately. But
Of course,
I can
I understand.
inquire.
I just want to know if it's getting safer, because it might be able to help my mom, you know?
And your partner as well.
Yeah.
I'll look into it. In the
I
meantime,
really appreciate it.
one final piece of advice.
Mm-hmm.
And she's looking at Pierce, puts both hands on Pierce's shoulders when she says this. You're right about Vajra. There is a time and a place for zealotry. Fear is never that time.
Then we bide our time till it arises.
She nods. And she lets go of your shoulder and touches the spellbook on her belt, turns and moves her hand in moves her hand in a counterclockwise motion, makes a portal.
Good to see you again.
Counter
Mr. Neville.
spell. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Do it, you won't, coward.
Do it, nerd.
Be safe, Mr. Navarro.
Yeah, she steps through the portal and it vanishes.
Oh. Fuck, that would have been what, 10 plus the spell level, 18? Fuck. At least?
That was a gate spell, my guy.
Yeah, that's it. No, that's a 9th, isn't it? Gate is a 9th, I think.
Yep.
How long do we still have until Nightstone? Another day or two, or?
You have the rest of today and tomorrow, and then you should be at Nightstone. So what do you guys want to do?
Avoiding the road.
Avoiding the road and traveling at night.
Keep going.
So are we making an early camp?
I mean, if we're switching to nighttime, then maybe. How many of us can see in the dark? I don't think I can.
I can't.
I can see pretty well now.
Okay. This is a dumb question.
Yep.
Can I use the library
Are you
function?
guys? Hold on. Are you guys going to go another hour?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
If we are going to, I will need to get up for a minute.
That's fine. Do that.
Can I use the library function to get books on spells? To try and get them into my book?
Yes. You still have to pay for wizard shit.
Yeah, I've got some wizard shit.
But yes.
Cool.
Could be worthwhile to look and see if there's any druid-based spells that can grant night vision or dark vision or anything of that
There
sort.
is a spell called Dark Vision.
I have. I
I
can.
thought that was like super high level.
I can prep dark vision if you want. I rarely do because I have it.
That might be advisable.
What classes
half
can
of us
gain
can
tremor
control.
sense?
None.
The spell.
None. That is a spell created by Breaking Dawn, and he hasn't shared it.
How
Oh,
dare you?
damn.
No.
So only Prince Na and Irithir Galastacia have access to that bit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Correct.
What level is Dark Vision?
Never mind.
Second.
Oh, I can probably prep that too.
You don't prep your spells.
Yes, he does. He's a druid.
Yeah, I can prep
Oh.
up to 8 a day.
I forgot he was Druid. I thought he was just a Ranger again.
Dingus.
Me and Braden are the ones that don't prep.
My ranger spells, I don't have to prep them.
So what are we doing, guys?
Are we stopping early to switch, or do we just want to get to Nightstone first?
Stopping to switch, I suppose. Because we're traveling by night now.
Yeah.
All right. Round of camping number 2. One more of these before Nightstone. Huzzah!
I'm going to be taking 3 today.
So let's see.
You guys are gonna be risking exhaustion when you're switching your travel time?
I'm fairly hardy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's not-
we all need
We just learned
we
sleep.
all need to roll, and if we go to push, we're gonna risk even more. Right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't gonna risk it.
The twins are
It's a
risking it.
shame because I'm so close to getting this feat.
No, I'm not.
You pulled out 3, my guy.
Dawn Caller.
Oh, right.
Well, Brayden, you better cook some good ass food tonight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I'm getting to it.
Yeah. Everybody needs to make their con saves for the time swap.
Need what?
Con save.
Constitution.
All right, Lawrence, you have no reason not to push with that roll.
Yeah, in that case, I will.
I don't know if it came through, but I clicked it.
I saw it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So, oh boy. Okay, yeah.
Oh boy, okay.
Pierce, Connie, and Rock are suffering exhaustion.
Oh boy.
Brayden better make some good ass food.
With that roll, I'm almost tempted to push anyway.
You want to push for science?
Do
More
it.
science!
Okay. Those of you pushing, I need another saving throw. But,
Oh boy.
Lawrence, you have advantage. Pierce, where's your tokens?
No, I haven't got them out yet.
Okay, I'm back. What did
Another con save,
You need
right?
to make some good ass food because half of your siblings are getting exhausted.
Oh god.
Another con save, correct?
Yep. I already got 2 for you, Brayden.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, right.
Realized I was
Burned all my luck on the first one.
And so you'll be suffering a level of exhaustion with the others. So Connie, Pierce, Rock, and Lawrence are suffering a level of exhaustion. Brayden, you better make some good ass food, son.
Let's see.
Wait, who's experiencing it?
Connie, Rockham, Brayden, and Lawrence.
Bruce.
Oh no, Brayden's fine. Excuse me. Pierce, Connie, Rockham, and Lawrence.
Using my intelligence because I'm using one of the other recipes.
Damn, Salcom, you are a beast.
As he is.
I mean, I'll help Bruce with that.
Okay, you want to use one of your actions to give him advantage?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Would it take one of my actions to give him a bardic?
No.
I'll give him a bardic.
All right. Roll a d8.
Do you want guidance? Or did someone already give that to you?
Nope, nobody gave him
No.
guidance.
I'll give you guidance.
D4.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
The power of
Okay.
food.
Okay, so thank you, Lawrence, but the advantage was needed.
35 is what he got.
Oh.
What are you making tonight?
We have some good stir fry tonight.
Having some stir fry. All right.
Ooh,
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Brayden is learning how to walk this way.
Damn.
Shame.
Okay. Animal care, unnecessary. Healing.
No, we're good.
Not needed.
We're good with the food.
Hunting and foraging.
We're waiting for the river, so.
Hunting and foraging.
Um,
This is probably your last chance at the river, just saying.
Oh, there's still a chance at the river?
Mhm.
Want to go looking for
Jesus.
more sapphires?
Yeah, let's do it.
Wait, hold on, Lawrence. Before you do that,
Well,
man, you were gonna do the crafting shit.
oh right.
Something belt.
Yeah, and help Pierce with the gear.
If I see anything shiny, I'll let you know.
Okay. Pitch
Oh,
break
you're
camp.
going. That'd be Pierce.
Pierce,
Yeah.
Pierce, you doing Daughter's Tower?
yeah.
Pierce, Percival, you don't guard his tower.
Pierce was typing a second ago.
Ah, well, rip.
Fuck.
Hi,
There you are. You okay?
Pierce.
Fuck, there's so much I need to do.
Oh, choice paralysis. Okay.
Weren't you gonna push for another point?
He can't.
Oh, can he not?
No,
I
he
already
failed once.
I already failed the first one, but I guess the food helps with that, so I guess I can try again.
Yeah, roll it.
And
Oh,
push.
The first one was not to push. The first one was
The time swap.
Please, fuck.
So if the food unhex your exhaustion, is the DC 12 again, or is it 24?
correct. It is 12 again.
Okay, I'm pushing.
Pierce is
Wish there was a
taking.
I wish there was a reason I could have advantage.
Pierce is taking 2 levels of exhaustion, guys.
Is there any way to help with that?
Nope.
Is that not one level of exhaustion? Because he's only got 3 pips.
He got a nat
you don't-
1.
Alright, it's fine.
Oh, he already had one. Okay.
No, he got a nat 1.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
That's a
rough night.
problem. He falls asleep at the desk.
Yeah, right?
Uh,
So, Pierce, you can choose 1 level of exhaustion and I take the token, or 2 levels of exhaustion and you get the token. You already had 1, the food is healing it.
Just drop the token, my guy.
Fuck you, I'm keeping the token.
Okay.
I like your conversation.
The exhaustion doesn't apply until after the rest, and then I feel like shit, right?
No, you will not rest.
Yeah,
You-
but it doesn't apply until after the rest would have ended, and then I feel like shit moving forward.
And you don't get to prep your spells the next day.
And you don't get slots. You don't get the long rest.
Oh.
You're holding up the line, Percival.
Is there stuff we can do without the towers?
There's 5 million years worth of souls behind you.
God damn it. I failed anyway, so I don't get the stuff. So, fuck. Fuck you, I'm keeping the tokens.
Okay.
2 levels of exhaustion, my guy.
All
No
right.
spell slots.
So, Pittsburgh Camp, restore, take watch. Is anybody leaving the camp area?
I want to mess around in the river for a bit.
So you want to hunt and forage?
Yeah, I want to try and get some fish.
You want to? Is that all you're doing?
Just 1 tip of it, yeah.
Okay.
And if I see a shiny rock, I'll get it.
I mean, that's a second token.
Never mind that. Sorry, Lance.
Okay. Is anybody going to go with you?
I've got to stay back and help with
Okay.
the gear.
All right.
So.
I'll be fine.
So Lars is assisting with the food. Okay, yeah, you guys can put your stuff in the green.
My other 2 are gonna go.
Piercer?
I'm debating between that or work on my tanning somewhere.
I mean, either way, it's there.
Yeah.
Salt?
I got a bit of an odd question for you.
Yep.
There's
Wait, hold
no
on,
mention-
Rock. Wait. Sorry to interrupt. Rockham, why do you not have full health?
I should.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you're down. You're down
I haven't
10.
hit in a couple of days since the river.
You should be fine.
You've mentioned a feat before that lets you snag the most iconic skill of a different subclass of your class.
I haven't worked it out yet.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Look at that board.
From left to right, hunting and foraging. Do you have fishing gear? Or are you going to use your spear?
I'm gonna try the spear again. I believe in myself.
Make a survival check with disadvantage.
I'm gonna guidance myself.
All right.
Disadvantage with guidance. I'm on it. Hold on.
Swear to God, if you get a Valor critical.
I hope so.
It'd be funny if that happened.
Your connection to the server has been interrupted. God damn it.
I had that happen yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
If someone wants to roll for me, this will take a minute to reload.
I can get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Disadvantage, then add a d4. Or click the guidance thing, one of the two.
Let's see. Survival, you said?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Fish or shinies, your choice.
The goal was initially was fish.
I understand that, but with that roll, fish or shiny is your choice.
If I pick shinies, does that mean 0 fish?
Correct.
The group's gonna glare at me, but I still want my fish.
May I ask why?
That was my intention heading out here, unless I see like a chest of loot or something. But
I mean,
you don't know. You don't know what the shiny is until you take the shiny.
exactly.
But also, you have a cart full of food, my dude.
I was just trying to spice things up. But yeah, if I see a notable shiny, I'll go for that.
Okay. It's funny that you say a chest of loot.
Oh my god.
What? What?
Yeah. Hold on.
Get my notepad out.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm curious.
So, you know how rivers have little waterfalls in them?
Yeah, little
Mhm.
eddies and
Yeah.
dips and.
You're near one of those when you venture out to the river rock, and you go on the lip under the little waterfall to like get a drink of water,
Yeah.
because falling water tends to be a little bit cleaner.
Refreshing.
Somebody just stuck a wooden trunk back here.
So I think I go to like open my mouth, get water.
Literally step on the waterfall. I love it.
Mhm.
The fuck? And then I kind of like closer examine it.
It is a wooden trunk with like iron hinges.
Do I see any obvious like traps or springs or anything of that nature?
Got a big padlock on the front of it.
I mean, you could always just give it to the rogue.
I say I have a
Or
broom.
the cleric.
You know, pick it up.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Fair enough. Athletics is a thing. I'm almost there. I'm gonna click.
Connie, can you roll the athletics for him, please?
I got it.
On it.
Oh, Rock got it. See, you pick it up. Shunk! There's a rope tied to the bottom of it that is then tied to the floor.
Look where the rope is leading. It's just,
To a rock.
you know, I probably have like a hunting knife on me or something. We'll cut the rope.
It's man's. This man's is committing theft, alright?
Look, it's probably
Hey,
been here forever, right?
hey. Finders keepers.
It was left out here in the wild, and we found it. It's ours now.
That means this is RPG loot, not theft.
Something. Take everything that isn't nailed down. Take the nails.
I'm sorry.
You need to put that back. I'll put
PG
it back.
loot?
What'd
Yeah,
you
I'll
say? What did
It's
you
like
say,
if the
Gracie?
game says put it back. Oh, okay.
Gracie? What'd you
What
say?
did you say?
I said, I'm sorry, did you say PG loot?
RPG loot.
Ah, that makes more sense.
What did you say would make you put it back?
I say if the group yells at me to put it back later, I'll come back. But I'm gonna bring it to the group.
Okay. So the rest of you, as you're like getting sorted with your training, whatever, Rock comes back from the river. It's still like sunny outside, and he's just carrying a pirate chest.
Hey guys, I found something. It's not fish.
Rock, where did you find that?
Lord stops. It's just like, what in the absolute shit?
It was under one of the little waterfalls back there.
Hi.
I got
Bruce.
Well, give it over.
Yeah, set it in front. There's a lock on it.
You set it down. You all feel the impact on the ground.
Oh, there's some heavy stuff. in
My
there.
brother found treasure in a waterfall. Do you know how adventure story this is?
I think we've read it in a book once.
Sock, our life is an adventure story.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, but what if there's a treasure map?
Rashal snickers to himself.
You don't
would
need
it be-
the treasure map! You found the
I-
treasure!
I was literally about to say that. Give me my fucking script back.
No.
Oh, Brandon, you may want to check, make sure it doesn't have any like pokey bits coming out.
I mean,
Sock'em,
yeah.
for the love of fuck, why would we need a treasure map inside of a treasure chest?
Maybe
It leads to better treasure.
To find better treasure, to find
Yeah.
the ship that has the real treasure.
Make an,
Scavenger
investi-
hunt. Scavenger hunt.
make an
Scavenger
investigation
hunt.
check, Bruce.
I will
Yep.
get it.
Investigation.
Okay. Waiting on the guidance.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna get a bardic as well?
Sock.
Or no?
Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting I'm on push to taco.
Okay.
Reset me again. God damn.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so that is math, is what that is. 34. Okay. So Bruce,
Mm-hmm.
this is not gonna be hard to get open.
Okay.
It is a however, the padlock is a dummy.
Oh.
There's an actual lock on the front of the thing. The padlock isn't actually connected to the lid, and that lock has a spring needle trap on it.
Oh.
Ooh,
Okay.
good find.
I didn't try to break it open.
Good. Then yeah, I'll go over to the fake padlock. I'll just flip up so that the actual lock is into the chest,
Mm-hmm.
and then let's start fiddling with the front of it.
Thieves' tools.
With what?
Dex.
Dex. Dex.
Guidance as always.
Okay.
Setting it as my character this time.
You giving him another bardic sock?
I will do that then.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, okay. So you get in there, and you hit the tumblers on the lock. It opens, and then because you know it's there, you quickly pull your hand away as a little needle swings out of the side and like goes right into the lock hole where your finger was.
Had a feeling that would happen.
But yeah, the chest is unlocked. You are confident you unlocked it.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Before we open it, I'm gonna crack it open a little bit and peer inside.
Yes, that's fair.
You see a wire.
Oh,
More
Good
traps.
call.
Hey, I will keep it. Can I try and find where the wire's going to disarm it?
It is
This is-
inside the trunk.
This entire chest is a decoy.
Okay.
The actual treasure is the rock it was tied to.
I will
I
take
got
my
one.
script back, Connie.
I know where it is. I can always go back and check.
Okay, then I will slowly open the lid for it until it starts putting tension on the wire.
Okay. You get it up about 2 inches, and then there's tension on the wire.
Just hand it to Sock'em and let him rip it open.
Or
Yes, and let the
That's a bad
improvised
idea.
Explosives.
let the improvised explosive device go off. Yes, Sock'em, great idea.
Yes,
Or a
because
localized
someone's gonna be dumb and put a fireball or a bomb inside their secret chest.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
it would.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, it was tied
If
to a
I
rock.
can't have it, nobody can.
I will call anyone that would do that an idiot to their face.
What are you doing, Bruce?
From there, can I try and disarm?
It's going to be a hard check, but you can make another Thieves' Tools check. Same roll.
Guidance again.
It's going to be hard, though.
Okay.
To like cut it, hold the tension without it releasing.
Hey.
All right. Fair is fair.
Guidance and Bardic?
He doesn't need Bardic.
Okay, cool. All guidance. Never mind, someone beat me too.
I got it.
Okay. So yeah, so Brent, you like stick your little pair of pliers in there, you grab the wire, you pull the lid the rest of the way open, holding the wire where it is, which is tricky. You gotta like clamp down on the pliers.
Yep.
And when you do, you see there were 2 hand crossbows on pulleys
Mm-hmm.
on the on either side of the chest that came up when the lid was opened.
Yeah.
Not only do they have serrated bolts in them, but there is a fiber wire stretched between them.
Good lord.
Oh, that would take
That is
so much-
rude.
And I would have been in the water too.
A trap of beheading.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody quickly grab those bolts, will you?
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
reach my hand on it.
Mage hand them out.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, if the bolts
I'm gonna use the amulet charge of detect poison and disease.
Okay.
Anything on the bolts?
Not on the bolts.
What about the spring trap that was on there?
There is something on the spring trap, and there's something on the wire.
What's on the wire?
What's on the wire? Basilisk venom.
Oh,
What the fuck did I find?
Wait,
Yeah.
the fuck?
I got a better one for you guys.
oh
What's
no.
What's on the needle?
The needle has fucking ghoul rot on it.
Cool. Oh,
Can you imagine if I just willingly opened that?
Wow.
You'd be like,
This-
"Where's Welcome?" And I'm just floating down the river.
Yeah, basically.
Somebody wanted
your
this
body
to
would
stay
be
hidden.
floating down, and your head would be going down.
Made of stone.
Made of stone. Oh,
One hell of a way to go.
what the hell is in this thing?
This thing is
Yeah,
rude.
If the bolts have been taken out, I'll then release the wire.
Okay, you release the wire. There's a choom sound. The crossbows fire, but nothing happens.
Yeah. What's in the
Any of the
chest?
bullshit?
Several burlap sacks.
There might be something under them.
Use.
You want to like detect magic or something?
I mean, yeah, it's actually a good point. Like, check if the bottom of the chest's weighted.
Inside bottom or outside bottom?
But
You have
Yeah,
to take the burlap sacks out first.
all right, so we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Then.
Then
Do you
When
want me
we
to use detect
do-
magic?
When we
I-
do move them, that might be also a good time for Mage Hand.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So we take the chest outside and use mage hand.
Yeah,
I assumed you were outside.
I'll
great, we are outside.
everyone step back. I'll use mage hand to remove them.
You can't.
Over 10 pounds.
Yup.
I'll use unseen servant then. Unseen servant, go.
Make an athletics check for the unseen servant.
This
Uh,
is amazing.
This is a comedy of errors, is what this is.
True.
let's see,
Oh, guidance needed.
slash. Roll.
You have to guidance a target you can see.
I'll minor conjuration him a shirt. You can. There you go.
Okay, guys, unseen servant is not a conjured creature. It's
Yeah.
just telekinesis.
Yeah,
Yes, I know.
it's fine. Just
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Yeah, so the unseen
Oh.
servant grabs one of the sacks, and there's shoom of it hitting the side of the trunk, but it can't get it out.
I mean, I'm the one who found it. I don't mind helping out.
Okay, make an athletic check.
I'm not like. I'm having that moment where I'm like kind of leaning back, expecting something to happen as I grab it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like,
I'll guidance them.
He's got his own guidance, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on.
That's fine. You can do it for action economy, but he can just roll it.
Athletics is a thing on my sheet. Where is it? There it is.
I just use the macro on the side to roll the d4.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a good idea. He says as he types 1d4.
Oh my god.
I rolled the athletics, didn't I?
No, you
Joe?
didn't.
Heck. Try. I have big fingers and small buttons.
There it goes.
There it is.
Okay, so you can lift out one of the burlap sacks. It feels like it's got a cannonball in it.
This thing's fucking heavy. Set it down on the grass.
Dunk.
Want me to get the others? You want to open this one first?
I mean, Lawrence will already be looking to open up the one you pulled out.
All right,
So
you go to
detect
open it up.
magic.
You cast detect magic. There is an aura of transmutation magic coming out of the sack.
There are 3 sacks, I think.
What?
Two.
How many
Yeah.
sacks?
8.
Oh,
8.
Oh, jeez. Or a transmutation.
Yep.
Careful.
do one at a time, I think.
Yep. Nice and easy.
You take the cannonball out of the sack.
Yeah.
It is a statue of a human head.
Hmm.
The hell?
Anyone we recognize?
No.
Does it look like it might have been sawn off by a razor wire?
It is frozen in an expression of grotesque horror, and the neck is stumpy. Yes.
Well, this is pleasant.
Are all
Well,
of the
this guy
bags
got hit.
the
This
same?
guy got hit by the venom last time.
Off to
Now
the second one, I
that's
guess.
just wonderful, ain't it?
Maybe it's an art piece.
Yeah,
It's just Braden walks over and just like pushes the head back in, hides it again.
Uh-huh.
And Lord just has the expression of, I regret everything.
Uh-huh.
So sack number 2, I suppose.
Yeah, you guys have fun with that. Is there transmutation magic in the next one?
Yep.
Alright, carefully, I'll pull it out, set it
You
down.
pull out another head. Or statue of a head, I should say.
What? Okay,
No
so
way.
I'm not liking where this is going.
is this just a box of head?
Rock,
Someone.
what the fuck did you find?
This is someone's
I'll tell you what
sick
I found it, I
joke.
know.
Let's see, detect poison disease and detect magic active. Just like looking over all these bags, is there anything other than transmutation magic in them?
Nope.
Detect fuckery.
What the fuck?
I mean, I'll keep going.
Okay.
On to the third one.
Another statue of a head.
I'm just gonna go down the line and see if it's all the same.
Lawrence just starts looking depressed, like,
Head. 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 Head.
Someone is fucked in the head.
Yeah, these people.
Welcome, your idea of treasure isn't.
I didn't know what it was.
Are they different? Yes, it's not the same head every time, Gamsey.
yeah.
Alright, I'm
Was
gonna
there
start
anything-
dismantling the box.
Was there anything under the sack?
Yeah, I was gonna say any chance of.
Yes, there are 2 things under the sack.
Okay.
No?
There is a coin purse,
Okay.
and there is a rope attached to the bottom of the crate.
The one that Rock cut.
No. The inside of the bottom of the crate.
False bottom.
Yeah.
Careful, it might be spring loaded.
Yeah,
Yeah, carefully take the coin purse out.
Okay.
I'll count it while you're working.
You take the coin purse out, and you say you're going to look at it?
Yeah. Well, he's.
I mean,
working
I'll
on
hand it over to Rockham.
Alright.
And the false bottom, slowly take it, see if there's any tension with
Okay.
anything there.
One thing at a time. Rock.
Mhm.
It is full of marbles.
Huh.
Huh.
I'm gonna put marbles question mark.
Okay?
Are they
Uh,
actual marbles or are they eyeballs?
That's a good point.
They appear to be marbles.
Okay.
Hey, Pierce,
Yeah.
come here.
So
Buddy.
you grab the rope, and you carefully pull to see if there's tension on it. And it's a good thing that you do, because you feel something come up and hit the thing that you're lifting.
Yeah. Stop for a second, then lift it fully.
You lift it fully, like out of the way, and these 3 fingers made of metal with claws on the end of them come out and clack against the back of the trunk.
Mhm.
Oh, goody.
Nice. Anything in the hole?
Yes. A diamond,
Oh,
a rolled scroll,
Mm.
and a crystal sphere.
Hard.
Anything magical about the marbles that Rockham's showing me?
Yes.
What's with them?
Abjuration magic.
an Arcana check.
Go ahead.
I never did learn how to play marbles.
Chuck a
except
marble or
for
something
guidance.
on the stone.
Do I want that one or that one?
Yeah, would you like that one or that one? I might be wrong on what classification of spell this is, but they all have the same spell on them.
Okay.
And it's basically a Pokeball.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Do they have stuff in them?
Impossible to tell.
How do you use them?
You throw them at something.
So it really is just a Pokeball.
Yep.
So impossible to tell what's in them.
That's neat, but a little fucked up.
So I really want to find out if there's anything in them. But the last time we released something from a crystal something or other, we got Rakshasad.
Yeah.
I want to take our time and
Yeah, like
Getting your
I also
Rakshasad
might
is
want
out
to
of
mage hand the diamond and that out, so just in case.
we'll probably
Yeah.
get the time to money, right?
so. Yeah, I'll mage hand the diamond out.
Okay.
And scroll.
There.
And the sphere.
Yeah, I'll mage hand them out as well.
Okay.
Does the sphere look familiar?
It's not an Orb of Dragon command, if that's what you're asking.
No.
Arcana checks on all of these. Also, not Arcana. What's the tool proficiency?
Appraiser's tools.
Appraiser's tools.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Okay. What tier diamond is it?
It is a chromatic orb diamond.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice. I will take that.
It is a scroll of magical mouth,
Okay.
and you can tell very quickly it is a wand of thaumaturgy.
Interesting.
Huh.
It's a wand or a sphere?
Sorry, you're right. I
Sphere of
originally had the
thaumaturgy.
wand of thaumaturgy, and then I changed it to the crystal sphere, which is a different thing entirely.
Okay.
Who is holding the sphere?
I'm holding it with a mage hand.
You're holding it with a mage hand. It is a crystal sphere.
I will touch it.
Okay, you lay your hand on it. What is your mood?
The best I can say is curiosity.
Curiosity. So the sphere fills with blue smoke, and then you see words appear that only you can see.
What are the words?
Satisfaction brought it back.
Jesus.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Interesting.
I would like to poke the sphere.
You want to poke the sphere while Pierce is touching the sphere?
I mean, is he still touching it?
Yeah, I'm holding it.
I mean, he hasn't said there's anything bad about it.
Could I see it?
No, both of you touch it at the same time. I want to see where this goes.
Just like hold it out, like just in
no,
his
both of you
open
touch-
palm.
Both of you
But-
touch it at the same time. I want to see.
You don't have to. I'm holding
Yeah,
it.
probably, unless you want to drop it into her hands.
Yeah, like he's just holding it out. Oh,
Okay.
palm of
Hot
the air.
potato.
Okay. Connie,
Yeah.
you take 6 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
And then when Pierce lets go, you stop taking the damage. What would you say your mood is right now?
Kind of
WTF?
horrified.
Horrified. Okay.
WTF?
You know, heads.
Yeah. So the sphere fills with purple smoke, and there are words that only you can see.
What do they say?
Hell of a thing, ain't it?
Blink, blink.
I'm so sorry, Connie.
Are you alright?
I didn't- He goes to shock the shit out of her. He goes to take it back.
Okay. You take 5 points of lightning damage.
Cool. The express the emotion he feels is fuck. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So concern.
Yeah, concern. The sphere fills with like pinkish smoke, and there are words that only you can see.
Okay, what's it say?
Who cares? I'm dead.
What the fuck is happening?
fuck?
Looking at Bruce.
Okay, so
I
now
hope
can
this
I
is-
make an Arcana check on whatever the fuck this is?
Like an
Sure,
awful game of Hot
sure.
I mean, I don't know
And
about
we-
Arcana
we-
check.
Wow! Fuck you, Dice.
That's
Can I
actually
get a
high.
Bardic?
Sock, are you gonna give him a bardic? For some reason, Sock is not talking, but you gonna give him a bardic? Yeah. Okay, I'll roll it. Roll 1d8. Cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay.
So basically, what this is
It's a mood ring, basically.
It's a magic 8-ball.
it's a little bit more than both of those. It's
A snarky 8-ball.
yeah, but
It
a little.
really is.
It is basically the reverse of.
rude.
It's like the reverse of detect thoughts. Like detect thoughts gives you surface level thoughts. This exudes surface level thoughts.
Huh.
That only one person can see.
Fuck did it shock us? I'm trying to understand
Project
that.
thoughts. Yes, thank you, Solcom. Why did it shock you?
Don't be peeking into other people's thoughts.
They could only handle one person's thoughts at a time and got overloaded.
This does this with everyone.
Okay.
He
I mean,
puts it in
Ray-
my hand, passes it over Salcom. Here, you try with Rockham.
Okay. Touch the.
Okay, so hold on. Sock, what is your primary emotion right now? Sock says no. Okay. Rock, what is your primary emotion right now?
Cautious but curious.
Cautious but curious. It fills with like yellowish smoke,
DMC says he's kidding. He's interested.
and the words that only Rockham could say are "Come on, live a little."
He laughs a bit.
What is Salcom's primary emotion?
That should be good.
Interest and curiosity. So it fills with smoke, and the only thing Salcom is the only one who can see the words.
Oh boy.
No one remembers you if you just get old.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
Does it shock them when they go to take it from each other?
Yep.
I would have passed it like hot potato.
Liar.
Salcom says liar.
So the question I'm wondering is what the purpose of something like this is.
Fuck if I know.
Give you direction. No.
Interrogation.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe. What are you doing with the bag of marbles?
I mean, I passed it to Pierce, so.
Here's what you're doing with the bag of marbles.
I'm tempted to throw one.
Throw one. Do it. You won't.
Do it.
Something leave me not into temptation. I can find my own way there.
Just gonna have my bow ready for when it lands.
Do it. You won't.
Fuck it! Fuck it! Yeet!
YOLO!
Okay. You throw one. It hits the ground and breaks, and it sparks like one of those little firecrackers.
Oh, it's a snapper.
Yeah. There's a fart sound. A blast of glittery smoke, and then a clown, and it's ethereal, we see through. A clown, but his head is a mirror ball, appears, and just gives you a double middle finger, and then disappears.
What? What?
Oh,
That was something.
What's
I'm
wrong
not
with
sure
that?
what, but that was something.
Are they all the same?
You gonna throw another one?
Fuck it!
So you throw another one, snap, fart sound, sparkle glitter, same clown, but he makes the put 'em up gesture, and then disappears.
Nice.
I'm gonna pick one out of the bag and try it this time.
Hey, I'm not understanding what the fuck this is! Any relevant check I can make at all?
Sanity?
I imagine these would be a pretty good distraction if you're trying to get past the guards.
So, Rock, you said you just grab one?
Yeah, grab one, toss it, see if it's any different.
Okay, you throw it, crack, flash, fart sound, sparkles. The exact same clown with the mirror ball head appears, looks around, does the pantomime like hand to the brow, like what's over there, and then vanishes.
Jesus.
We need to keep these as a distraction. I think these are kind of weird.
I don't understand. Why? What is the purpose of this? If there's no functional use.
There's absolutely functional use.
There is functional use.
It's called a
You're just not
distraction.
What the fuck?
No.
Pierce is upset. Nightfall is upset.
They
Oh.
were willing to they killed people over a bag of marbles.
It's a diamond.
With a circus performance in them.
Okay,
I want to go back
okay.
and make sure there's nothing else.
Hold on.
Welcome back, Gamesy.
Hold on, Pierce. Before you get all angry, let me see one of those marbles.
He puts the whole bag in your hands. He's fucking done with it.
I'm just gonna lay my hand across them and activate the legendary visions.
Okay.
Ooh. Clever.
You
Sparkle,
see.
far sound, clown, slap.
You're close. You're close.
Nice.
So you're in like a dimly lit workshop. You might be underground. You're not sure. There's several of these like clown suit mirror ball like mannequins all around this room. Somebody is like working at an artificer's bench, and he looks over at you, Zalcom. Like looks right at you, and he goes, "I wondered how long that would take you." And that's the last shot of our episode.
Oh.
Fuck.
You are so rude, Fox. That word.
You guys are never gonna get to Nightstone, I swear to God.
I mean, you gave
that.
us this kind of distraction.
Look, we were gonna get to Nightstone, but then Lawrence called my mom,
And then I found the check.
and then Rook found a box of heads.
We are toddlers. This is not our fault. You keep putting things in front of us that are sparkly
This
and
is the
glittery and
exact-
shine the light of a rainbow.
This is the Harper situation.
I know. We almost
You were
made
holding on to that joke for a long time, weren't you?
I gave you a choice. I
know.
gave you a choice. I said, do you want fish or do you want shiny? And everyone at this table collectively went, I'm gonna cut you if you don't take the shiny. This is not my fault.
I'm aware.
Worth it.
I'm tempted to move my actions next time. We'll see.
I have a dumb question. Wait a second. Was the crystal mood ball the same thing as that was on their fucking head?
Not quite, no. It's a mirror ball on their heads.
Okay.
Let's do some shout outs, shall we, Bertmila?
Hi, I am exasperated Mila.
Why are you exasperated? What did I do?
That whole last scene, that was a lot of fun, but also, what the fuck just happened? I am actually Birch Mila. I do art and things for Kids channel. I love tabletop. If you like either of those things, give me a poke at any of these places.
Yes, indeed. Bright Wendink.
Hi, I'm Brett Winnick. Sometimes I do art stuff. If you want to see that art stuff, you can find it at DeviantArt, Twitter, or here in the Discord.
You can do art stuff when you get your computer back.
Yeah, I'm saving up for that. It's going to be a couple months. But I'll let you know when that happens. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Delta!
Yo, I'm Dilter, your resident Mad Scotsman. Hanging about the Discord, doing mod stuff, keeping the archives in order. I'm fucking loving this. This was great. To play games, if you need a hand with anything, give me a shout. See if we can help.
Gamzealous.
My name is Guy Gamzealous. I was sent on a chore for that last 10 or so minutes. But if ever I'm needed, you can always find me on the Discord or in DMs. And speaking of finding us, hi, you're on the YouTube. Thank you. We love you. Continue being wonderful. Additionally, be more wonderful. Interact with the channel. Make it easier for others to find us as well. A like, a comment, or a subscription can go a long way. Unga bunga.
Trisker.
Hey guys, Trenchgear here. I knit soft and fluffy things. I do budgeting things, so if either of those strike your fancy, do let me know. And otherwise, I am a mod for Kit's Discord, and always happy to help lend a hand with anything.
Valerian.
Hello, I'm Valerian. Fuck. Ah, I'm not used to that. Hello, I'm Valerian the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here. I am no longer Nightfall the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here. I'm repeating my stuff again, and I'm got a headache now. Have a good night.
For my part, as ever, I am the sharp-eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the masked bard. This is the channel that is, or this is a community that is ever devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, discussions of those things. So if that's to your fancy, you're in most excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. This has been Dice-Icive Action Tales of the KnightLites, a D&D 5.5 series of short stories that is now devolving into mini-stories as our heroes venture out and around the Sword Coast before we get started on our upcoming Six Semper Draconis featuring the KnightLites. I do hope that you guys enjoyed as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you. It's quite late, and unfortunately in real space I have to go to the doctor bright and early tomorrow, so as always it's time to close the book one today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to each and every one of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers, whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for more Tales of the KnightLites and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again soon.